Of us who are always on the trail, and we want, people visiting to feel safe. And the only way we can really do that with all the miles of trail there are is to be a community and report it to everyone we see.
The Anchorage Trail System consists of over 134 miles of paved trail and some 160 miles of non-paved trail that weave throughout the municipality.
When I came here 28 years ago from Boston, that guy told me, Anchorage only trail, 250 miles paved trail.
You can easily view the trails by simply clicking on muni.org.
They take us all the way into the mountains, all the way to the water.
I have walked many miles from one trail that connects to another trail that connects to another trail, so I can actually be downtown right on the coast and then just keep on the trail and end up right where I am now. It's amazing. It truly is.
Actually, 6 months I walk to Goose Lake, sometimes not go up. 6 months I ride my tricycle, my favorite place, and coastal trail, Lynn Erie Park.
We do have a unit that goes out that they patrol on bikes throughout the summer. They will spend some time mainly in the downtown area because that's where they have a lot of tourism. The officers will venture out to more of the outlying. They will bike around the trails, so you will see them out there. Feel free to stop them. They're there to answer any questions.
So it's a wonderful asset, and we need to keep them safe.
I don't know any other community that has a trail system as tremendous as this one.
Runner's World, Bicycling Magazine, and the American Hiking Society give Anchorage their highest rating.
Biking and walking and some running, trying to prepare for races that we have done.
All those trails are great. There's something for everyone of all abilities.
My son goes out in his wheelchair with his provider, and they use the rink, which is phenomenal.
We come down to the lagoon and sit on the grass. We also walk on the trail at least twice a week.
The trails, particularly the paved trails, they're all nice and wide and well paved and smooth, so they're available for the disability people as well.
I like how far we can go on the trail, how much is paved.
We had a visitor from England who was wheelchair bound, and so just having the trails paved and in a good enough condition for someone with a wheelchair to be able to enjoy those trails, that's really special.
We want to make sure that the 1% that are really Olympians or elites aren't the only ones using them. These trails are for moms, they're for kids.
We've seen the number of commuters and people on the trail grow over the years we've been here, and it is a delight to see that.
The trail made a really nice way to get to work without having to be involved in heavy traffic. It made my commute fun.
And it counts the number of bicyclists that cycle past and along this trail. And granted, here we are the 2nd of April, so you're not seeing a whole lot right now, but in the middle of summer, hundreds, and it's just really fun to track it. You come down and you watch and go, oh my gosh, 500 bicycles today.
I sometimes would bike to work in the summertime using trails from Diamond High School, that goes along the creeks, and then hop onto some bike trails next to the road until I got to the office.
Bike commute to work every day. I think it's really great, and I encourage more people to do it, and that's why our trails are so great, is because they can take
Strong. Do you ever think that maybe Everybody, I think it's a little bit late. Good evening and welcome. I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. Tonight is January 21st. We are scheduled from 5 p.m. to 11. It's now 5:06 p.m. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
It's my understanding that Member Myers is excused.
Excused.
Assemblymember Martinez.
Present.
Assemblymember Littlefield.
Here.
Assemblymember Rivera.
Present.
Assemblymember Johnson.
Here.
Chair Constant.
Here.
Vice Chair Zalatel.
Here.
Assemblymember Bronga.
Here.
Assemblymember Volland.
Happy to be here.
Assemblymember Brawley.
Here.
Assemblymember Stolt.
Here.
Assemblymember Perez-Verdia.
Here.
And Youth Representative Bookman.
Here.
Chair Constant, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Next, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance and the land acknowledgement tonight. For the Pledge, Mr. Bowen, would you please lead us?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. President, will you please read the land acknowledgement?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly and the Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, we will have the mayor's report. Actually, hold on a second. Next, we have minutes of previous meetings, but I don't believe there are any minutes tonight, so now we'll have the mayor's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, everyone. I'm honored to be here tonight with all of you to do the work of the municipality. This weekend, I had the honor of attending 2 events celebrating the life and legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The Martin Luther King Jr. citywide celebration was held at West High School on Sunday and also paid tribute to the work of Reverend Dr. Alonzo B. Patterson Jr. for his work as a community leader and his lifelong devotion to lifting up others. On Monday, I attended the 3rd annual MLK Cultural Solidarity event at Betty Davis East High, hosted by Alaska Black Caucus. And I know there were a number of assembly members there as well, and it was just such a tremendous display of the incredible talent in this community. Gathering with our community on Martin Luther King Jr. Day shined a light on acts of service to others and the ongoing importance of justice, empathy, and compassion. As Dr. King reminds us, we have the power to raise each other up and change the world. Last week, Anchorage experienced hurricane force winds, which knocked down trees, collapsed part of a pedestrian bridge, and crusted waterways. Thousands of our community members lost power, and although both Chugach Electric and MEA worked diligently to restore service, the damage was significant, and some remained without power for almost 4 days. I want to thank our team at the municipality for a swift and effective response, including activation of the Office of Emergency Management and opening of reception centers for those without power. Also want to note that fees will be waived for wood disposal through January 31. I want to highlight the park bond on the agenda tonight, and specifically the commitment to Town Square Park. Town Square Park holds a unique place in our community. It is the only park dedicated in charter and is at the heart of downtown. It's where we do the holiday tree lighting and the first thing many visitors see when they arrive in Anchorage. Over time, the park has become a hotspot of criminal activity and negative experience downtown. I'm excited about the opportunity to invest in major improvements to the park that address public safety concerns and create a foundation for further investment. This work is about turning today's public safety problems into a vibrant future, not just for downtown, but for all our community. And I recognize too that there are many areas throughout the municipality, many parks that need investment, and working together to ensure that we have a strategic approach that lifts up all of those areas as well is really important. As the legislative session kicks off in Juneau, we're looking forward to collaborating with the state and members of the Assembly to make progress on our big priorities here in Anchorage. Next week, a delegation from the administration is traveling with members of the Assembly to Juneau with the goal of discussing and advancing Anchorage priorities. I'm grateful to be here this evening and to work alongside the legislative body and members of the community as we continue to move our community forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, we have the chair's report. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Volin, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your report, Madam Mayor. I gave you a heads up this was coming. You have a very ambitious and I think a good plan related to housing, a goal of 10,000 units in 10 years. And so I'm going to be asking for semi-regular updates. As I calculate it, that would mean about 80 units per month to meet that goal is needed. So I'm wondering, in January, do we know how many units have been permitted? Now that we're in a new year, this January, how many units have been permitted so far?
Thank you, Member Volin, for the question. And first, I want to say 10,000 homes in 10 years is both ambitious and necessary. And we need to reach an average of 1,000 homes built or rehabilitated each year. But we also know we aren't going to get there overnight. Last year, we were closer to 200 units. And to answer your question, Member Volin, since January 1, we have issued 5 permits for a total of 8 housing units. For context, last January, the municipality issued 2 permits for 6 units of housing, and January isn't a popular time to build in Alaska. If we were already developing housing at the rate we needed to be, it wouldn't be such a priority. We're thankful for the Development Services Department and the I-Team who set up the permitting dashboard, which is accessible on the Development Services page, and we know there are still gaps in that data and are continuing to work to improve it. Also, I'm grateful to the Assembly for championing this issue for many years, and I'm excited about what we can do as a municipality to spur more housing here in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yep, I think we've got work to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Next, the chair's report. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our regular business meeting. Like the mayor, I had the opportunity yesterday to participate in the third annual MLK Cultural Solidarity Celebration. And as I was standing in the room surrounded by people from all walks of life all over our municipality and beyond, I had the profound sense that despite all that divides our country, Anchorage is coming together. We each have a choice to build lasting and meaningful relationships, to respect and appreciate our neighbors, and to work together towards Martin Luther King Jr.'s vision of a beloved community. While everything happening on the national stage may feel out of reach, this community is in our hands. We can do something about it, which is why it's important to keep local government accessible to everybody who lives here. And to that end, we have some very big changes coming up for the public municipal meetings held in the Assembly chambers beginning February 11th. After more than 40 years of recording in standard definition, municipal meetings in the Assembly chambers will now be in high definition, providing a clearer view into the work of the Assembly and the boards that meet in this chamber. This investment reflects our commitment to transparency and accessibility, ensuring the public can engage with their local government with 21st century technology. However, due to GCI's discontinuation of Yukon TV, the municipality will no longer be able to broadcast on Channel 9 after February 11. We encourage everybody to tune in by subscribing to the Municipality of Anchorage Meetings YouTube channel at youtube.com/@MOA-meetings. This platform offers a convenient and user-friendly way to view live and archived municipal meetings anytime and anywhere. Other than that, tonight is our regular business meeting. We're here to do the work of the municipality, help us to create a climate of respect in the chambers by refraining from personal attacks or speaking out of turn or shouting or clapping and pacing unless clapping is in order. Keeping signs smaller than 8.5 by 11. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. And also, if you have something to hand to assembly members, please hand it to the clerk at the front of the dais. If a point of order is called, please stop speaking so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules aren't followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I'll give a warning, and if the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. Otherwise, tonight we have a pretty packed agenda. The number one issue that we have to tackle tonight are all of the ballot questions. Tonight is the last night for us to make approval of ballot questions before the April 1 election. So with that, I will now go down the dais for committee reports. We'll start with Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. The next meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee will be on February 6th at 9 a.m. at the Permit Center. Also, just a note that there will be a request later on the agenda for an item to be moved to a special meeting of the CEDC. And so I think that's 15B, Chair. And just to note, Chair, it's a privilege to continue to be a member of this assembly, to be a member of our committee, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with members of the administration on the community economic development landscape for our city. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be a Quality Municipal Services and Ethics and Elections Committee meeting tomorrow from 2:20 to 3:20 p.m. at City Hall, first floor, room 155. We're going to be hearing from our elections team about any needs they have from the committee for the upcoming election and beyond. We're also going to be getting some updates on the Trigueque River Senior Center and the Sullivan Arena. There will be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee on Thursday, January 30th from 11 a.m. to 12 noon at City Hall, first floor, room 155. Two items on that agenda: an update on our annual audits and a review of the 2025 annual audit plan. So just a reminder to the members, if you have anything that you want to get included on to the 2025 annual audit plan, please get that to the committee before that meeting on the 30th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The last meeting of the Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utility Oversight Committee was last week on January 16th. Packed agenda on the Don Young Port of Alaska Modernization Project. We had two updates. The first was we received a report which was directed by an ordinance we adopted last year that would require an explanation what it would take to add additional trestles to Terminal 1 so that would mirror Terminal 2. That report is in the agenda, so if it's a topic of interest, I encourage people to look at it there. I guess the overview is it would cost around $140 million, and the recommendation was to wait until after Terminal 2 is constructed, so around 2033 to contemplate that change. We also had a preview of a plan of finance that is being put together for the modernization project. That should be adopted here at an upcoming meeting. As I think most people are aware, the estimated cost of the cargo terminals is $1.7 billion. This plan provides an overview of where we're at with current funding, and then also contemplates different scenarios for funding going forward, what that mix might look like in terms of federal, state, and local dollars, and what the impacts to the surcharge would be. From the Alaska Water and Wastewater Utility, we had a presentation regarding the privatization of water and sewer mains. This has been a practice for some time, but AO 2023-107 means that Assembly approval will be required for these going forward, since it is a disposal of municipal property. What this is when a portion of a sewer main that is public is moved into private hands. This is usually due to a replat where the main essentially becomes an extension for a private owner, and the overall economic impacts are generally negligible. For the municipality, it's favorable in that we do reduce our liability. There's also a multi-year project standing up with AWU to replace their customer information system. The current system is 20 years old and is revision locked, so no more updates. The end result hopefully will be an interface that works better for folks who are trying to enroll in services, pay their bills, and other things of that nature. Finally, regarding environmental monitoring for the Asplund wastewater treatment facility, we're anticipating a contract or an amendment to come before the Assembly for a contract extension with the current operator that provides environmental monitoring. This is important to ensure that we're complying with our EPA permit. And the expectation is that when we reach the point in the cycle for a new permit from EPA, that this contract will go out for a competitive bid again. So that's it for IEUOC, and I'll just ask if the chair indulges me in a brief moment of privilege.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I just want to preview for anyone who might be here for 13A, that's AO 2024-114, which is the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan. It will be my intention to postpone action on that item to the first meeting in February, and I'll explain a little bit why when we get to it. But if you're here for that, you may, at your own risk, choose to do something else. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Boland.
Thank you. At the most recent Assembly Transportation Committee, in addition to standing reports from the various departments, we heard an update on snow removal. We also had a discussion on pending legislation regarding snow routes and snow removal, snowfall, emergency snowfall proclamations, etc. And then we heard what I think was a very interesting presentation from the Vision Zero Working Group that is made up of folks from the municipality as well as our partners at DOT. And they're looking at various solutions that are implementable to help create more safety for all users on our roads. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. Ms. Bronga.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Ms. Bronga. Ms. Zalata on the phone.
No report. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brawley.
Two quick committee reports. Just make sure my notes open up. The first one is for Budget and Finance Committee. So the committee met on Thursday, January 16th. I'll just note that we have been using our time when there aren't pressing issues to kind of educate folks about aspects of our budget. So if you really want to get in the weeds, that's a great way to go back and look at our recordings. And I'll also note that later this winter / into the spring, we anticipate getting a better picture of where we ended the year in 2024 as far as our budget, really working toward closing out those last pieces that happen at the end of the year. And then we will be looking at our 2025 budget again with our first quarter budget revisions, and not until April. So we're in a little bit of a lull for that committee, but obviously lots of work to come. The next meeting will be Thursday, February 20th at City Hall. And then the next item is Legislative Committee. So that committee is getting active again. Our next meeting is Wednesday, January 22nd, so tomorrow, 1:10 to 2:10 p.m. in City Hall, room 155. Obviously, the legislative session started today. Everybody got sworn in, and not much is moving yet because it is the first day, but we will be looking ahead to the pre-filed bills that I think I mentioned in the last meeting, and really looking at with the lens of what might impact the municipality. So look for that tomorrow. We'll kind of have a preview of the pre-filed bills, what we know, and then I'm interested in what members are interested in tracking for the session. And then the mayor also mentioned our trip down to Juneau next week, so looking forward to that and meeting with our returning legislators, getting to know some of our newer legislators, and really making sure that we're advocating for Anchorage. And I think those are my two updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brawley. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only one update. The 2025 Anchorage Economic Development Committee Economic Forecast Luncheon is tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Banana Civic and Convention Center. If you've never been, it's well worthwhile, and I recommend attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you, Chair. No updates tonight.
All right. Thank you very much. So next we have appearance requests tonight. We don't have any, so we'll move on to the addendum to the agenda. Before we get to the addendum, we're going to go ahead and address the laid on the table items, incorporating laid on the table items into the agenda. We have just a couple items, two that are new items and two that are supplementary. So I'll go ahead and read the supplemental items first. 10F11 Information Memorandum, unnumbered 2025 Administration's Answers to Assembly Questions. Also supplemental is item 14B2 Information Memorandum 2025 unnumbered AO 2025-17, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters in the municipality of Anchorage a ballot proposition amending the home rule charter to require a single application for all municipal benefits and assistance programs. This is now added to the agenda. Next, we have the two new items. The first one is item 10D10, Assembly Memorandum unnumbered 2025, sole source grant agreement with Federation of Community Councils, FCC, for 2025 personnel and operations support services for the municipality of Anchorage. This one has my name on it, but I am going to defer to the clerk to make the justification for why it's time sensitive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This contract expired on December 31st, 2024. Some amendments were requested by the FCC, and myself, the Ombudsman, and contract attorney Dee Ennis reviewed the changes to the contract. They are mostly related to clarifications and moving items from one area to another, and then duplication of verbiage. And we would like to get it approved this evening so that we can pay their first quarterly payment before the end of January.
All right, any questions for the clerk on that? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Oh, sorry. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vaughan, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Now, any further discussion? I should have done that first. Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, 10D10 has been laid on the table. Next, we have item 10. Oh, and the youth member says yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have item 10F10, Information Memorandum. AIM unnumbered Municipal Attorney's Office releases critical incident reviews and recommendations and announces RP for comprehensive review of APD policies, training tactics, supervision related to use of force and de-escalation. Is there a motion?
Move to lay this item on the table.
Second.
Third by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera, you want to go ahead and provide for us the time sensitivity?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this item was supposed to be or intended to be on the addendum, but slipped through the cracks, and I apologize for that. Thanks to Council for getting this done as a laid on the table item. This item is timely as there is great community interest in the 5 officer-involved shootings, which led to a death in 2024, but extreme interest in the officer-involved shooting death of Easter Liafa and the lessons learned. You can find this document that's we're considering today on the mayor's website if you know to navigate to the press release page. And you can probably find this document attached to the media stories written shortly after the report came out. Otherwise, this document is not easily accessible. So laying this item on the table and hopefully later accepting it gets it out to the public now. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I just want to briefly add as well that just to be super clear, this is an informational item, so this would be in the reports, and as Member Rivera said, we would be accepting it. There's no other action on this tonight. Thank you.
Right, and I put myself in the queue. I don't really have a problem dealing with this. I can't grasp the time sensitivity. And the reality is if we're going to do away with the time sensitivity factor because it's an important item, otherwise we should probably consider amending the code because the purpose of the laid on the table procedure is to avoid us taking up items that don't have some form of emergent need requirement because of time. I'm not going to oppose this motion because I understand the maker is making it for a pretty specific reason, but I put a call on the members who are going to be moving forward items to be laid on the table to really chew on. Is this something that is time sensitive that has to move tonight? Otherwise, we should revise our procedures. So, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, that item has been laid on the table. All right, so now I'd like to go ahead and ask for a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Boland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members, I would like to ask unanimous consent to actually, any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, the consent agenda, the motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and laid on the table has been accepted. So now we have the consent agenda. The consent agenda items are number 10A through 10F and are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be accepted, adopted, approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote. For each of those items, under the Assembly rules, all ordinances, some resolutions will have a public hearing. So now I'll go ahead and go down the dais and ask members if they have any items to pull. We'll start with Mr. Presverdia.
No items. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdia. Mr. Salt.
No items. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, I've got a few items. First, 10B Bravo 2. Next, 10D Delta 8. And then 2 of the 10Fs, 10F1 and 10F9.
So I have 10B2, 10D8, 10F1, and 9. All right, thank you. Next, Ms. Zalatal.
Mr. Chair, just checking if there's anyone there to present anything for 10 Echo 6, the Friends of the Library. If so, I'll pull that item, otherwise no item.
Yep, they are here. I see Ms. Rasmussen.
Okay, I'll go ahead and pull that item, otherwise no others. Thank you.
All right, 10E6 from Ms. Zalatal. Ms. Bonga.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Bond.
No items. Thank you. I stand corrected. I'm going to pull 10A1.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Barrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 10 Bravo 1. Thank you.
That's 10 Bravo 1. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Littlefield.
Thank you, Chair. No items, please.
All right, thank you. And then Mr. Martinez.
No items, Chair. Thanks.
All right, so on the whole list, I have 10A1 pulled by Mr. Boland, but I'm going to ask the youth member to read that item. Then we have item 10B2, 10B1, Mr. Rivera, 10B2, Ms. Brawley, 10D8, Ms. Brawley, 10E6, Ms. Zalatal, 10F1, and 10F9, Ms. Brawley. Did I miss anything? All good. Okay. So now I'd like to go ahead and ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Boland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. I'd like to go ahead and ask for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing no objection, except for the pulled items, the consent agenda has been approved. All right, and now this brings us to the fun part. Next item on the agenda is item 10A1, Resolution AR 2025-22, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Emily Brubaker, 2024 Alaska State finalist for the National Civics Bee and the winner of the 2024 National Civics Bee. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Boland. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing no objection, the motion carries. So, would it come on forward? We'll bring the whole family up.
Sorry for the interruption. May I be added as a sponsor?
Absolutely.
Co-sponsor?
Please. And I thank all members. So everybody come forward, the family, come on, don't be bashful. And we're going to go ahead and have Mr. Bookman read the resolution. Mr. Bookman.
Whereas Emily Brubaker, 8th grader at Romag Middle School, was a finalist in the 2024 Alaska State Bee, earning her a spot in the 2024 inaugural National Civics Bee contest, which she won. The National Civics Bee is an annual nonpartisan civics competition for middle schoolers, which in 2024 drew 27 contestants from across the country who tested their knowledge of citizens' rights and duties against other middle school students. Whereas Emily is no stranger to civics engagement or contributing to her community. Beginning at the age of 6, she has taken several trips to Washington, D.C. with her family to share her story with members members of Congress encouraging them to pass the Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act, requiring private health insurance plans to cover diagnosis and treatment of congenital anomalies and birth defects, which some insurance companies deny coverage as dental care. Whereas Emily was born with a rare congenital anomaly called hypohidrotic ectodermal dysplasia, which affects the development of skin, hair, teeth, nails, and sweat glands. Early dental treatments may range from simple restorations, dentures, dental implants, and replacement of dental prostheses as needed to improve aesthetics and chewing ability. In Emily's case, her dental work is likely to cost her family over $100,000. Whereas in 2022, the bill passed the House of Representatives, but was short of the votes needed in the Senate, Emily continues to advocate to get the bill reintroduced and participates in advocacy events to keep up awareness on the issue. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly wishes to recognize Emily Brubaker, civic advocate and winner of the 24 National Civics Bee.
So, Ms. Brubaker, our normal tradition is to let the recipient make a few words.
Well, I would just like to say thank you all for recognizing me, and thank you so much for bringing what I'm advocating for to light, and I hope that I can see you all again soon, and thank you so much.
So before you go, hold on. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just got to say, this is the type of bee that I would have really done well at as a kid, but unfortunately it wasn't in existence. I am super proud that Anchorage and Alaska brings back the inaugural trophy. I've read a bit about how the National Civics Bee is organized, and it looks like a really great program. I could ask you questions about some of the buzzer questions that you had in the final. I won't do that, though. What I will instead ask is a little bit more serious of a question. What motivated you to get involved in the National Civics Bee, and what message do you have for future 6th, 7th, and 8th graders?
Well, as said in the resolution, since I was 6 years old, I've been going to Capitol Hill and advocating for the Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act. Now, this was me engaging in civics without even knowing truly what that was. So when I heard about the Civics Bee, my parents and I, we knew that I really should participate because I truly think that I might have had an advantage in the bee, since although a lot of the kids there were talking about what they would be doing or what they would do if they had the opportunities or the resources, fortunately I got to talk about what I am doing. So I think that the Civics Bee was not only a fitting topic for me and for what I could talk about, it was also something that really interests me and something that I've gotten to learn a lot about through the Civics Bee. So a message for the middle schoolers who would like to participate in the future or even this year, I would say that the Civics Bee was one of the greatest experiences I've ever really had, because I got to meet people from out of state, and I got to really expand my knowledge on our government and all of the systems that work within it. So I think that not only was it really educational, it was super fun as well. So to anyone thinking about participating, I would say definitely go ahead and do it.
So I have myself in the queue.
Actually, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Excuse me. Sorry, I thought you were done.
Thanks. Thank you so much for that. I'll just close by saying we have had Olympic medalists in this chamber. We've had a lot of national award-winning folks in this chamber, and I don't think I've ever been as excited about a resolution as when I saw this one. So you are a rock star. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Martinez go first. Go ahead, George.
Hey, I thank you for being here. Thank you for your message. And I wanted to just echo and amplify something that I heard you say, which is essentially Not what I will do, but what I am doing. Translated for my folks where I'm from is, don't talk about it, be about it. I love that message. Thank you so much for bringing it to us today.
All right, now, mate, I'll just say that I had, Mr. Rivera thought to ask you some questions. I actually thought it would be better to have you ask questions of us pitting the administration against the assembly, but then I went and looked at the questions you have to answer and realized we might lose. And so I decided better than to ask those questions because there's some pretty tough questions. So thank you for your national championship.
Thank you very much, and I think that would have been fun.
I thought about it, but I didn't want to wear any egg. Mr. Boland.
Thank you for being here tonight to accept this, and I am interested in learning more about the Ensuring Lasting Smiles Act. It's not super often that the Assembly weighs in on federal legislation. However, would love to meet with you and talk about this and perhaps sponsor an Assembly resolution that we can send to our federal delegation in support of this topic. Thanks.
So definitely communicate to us. There's an email called assembly@anchorjk.gov. You can find it on our website. It goes to all the members and send us your information.
Of course, I would be happy to.
All right, meet the mission. All right, thank you very much and congratulations. So. One last question. Is this your first government meeting? Like your first local government meeting?
Yes.
So now you know where your local government works, and when you want to come show us what we need to be doing, this is the place. So, all right.
Thank you.
Twice a month. And endless committees if you want to participate. All right, so next on the agenda is item 10B1. 10B1 is AR 2025-25, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly calling for the waiver of municipal fees and expedited processing of housing development projects within economic opportunity zones. And there's an S version calling for the waiver and the redevelopment of vacant and abandoned properties. So, Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item. Oh, Mr. Rivera, I'm sorry, you pulled this item.
Thank you. Move to approve the S version.
Second.
So there's a motion to approve by Mr. Rivera and a second by Mr. Bond. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. This is a great idea, and I really am thankful for members Zalatel and Volan for bringing this forward. A great opportunity if we can seize it. I have an amendment that hopefully makes the follow-through on this idea just a little bit stronger. So I will go ahead and move Rivera amendment number 1.
Second.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Bond. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment does two things. One, it requires quarterly reporting to the Assembly and that all reports be submitted as AIMs to an Assembly agenda. That is I think, common theme that you will probably see from me here on out. I would like for us to be consistent in that. And also it adds a visual reference, which I think is helpful. All of the maps, all of the areas that are considered economic opportunity zones. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, on the amendment, anyone? Seeing and hearing none, is there an objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing no objection, the amendment is adopted. On the main motion, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I want to echo support and appreciation for this. Just a couple comments on really the implications of expedited processing and waiving fees. One is I do want to address the fact that, we, for better or worse, our system is built in a way that we assume that permit fees pay for the folks who do the permitting review. We had a briefing last week at the Budget and Finance Committee about the Building Safety Service area. And really, I think it's important to understand, though, that the way that our budget system works as well, and kind of paired with that assumption is when we have new construction in the city, that means our tax cap increases. So really the idea being that that it's a cost causer, cost payer system, the way that it was built, and also that basically our tax cap formula assumes that we should be building a lot more than we are. And so it's important to understand as we talk about pausing these fees that there's not one piece of that story. And that I know there's probably some kind of budget implication for doing this, but I think there's other ways to solve it. We can increase our mill rates, right? There's other tools we have. And I think we have found more and more that the permitting process and the costs associated with that are really getting in the way of our housing goals. So I think, so I just want to acknowledge that, that in this we would be foregoing some money, but I think it is for a good purpose. And the other thing I'll note is, we need to make the permitting process easier. That's not new information. People have been saying that for probably decades now. And there's probably not one fix to it. I think in an ideal world, we step back and we really systematically fix all of it, and really chase it down. And maybe that'll take years to do that. So I think maybe another way to make that less daunting is what this proposes, which is that we pick some things, we make it easier to build them, and then we learn from those lessons how we can change the process for other things. And in the meantime, hopefully we get some more housing. So I'm supportive of this, but I want to also just connect it back to other conversations we've been having, and again, to emphasize that we have to get out of our own way if we want to get more housing built. And so I really see this as one targeted way to do that. And I hope we can continue the conversation and continue pushing for changing the permitting process itself. Thanks.
So I have myself in the queue. Yeah. After seeing the report back from the administration today, I actually have some concerns about passing this. I guess if it is time constrained to 1 year, I think it kind of is. Maybe it's not. It's an experiment worth taking, but according to the administration, what I had read was the cost could be upwards of $1 million, and it's easy to talk about that in the abstract. But if that's the case, I don't know how many positions that is, but that's probably a substantial number of positions that aren't funded. And so I don't think it's as simple as shifting and increasing the mill rates. I think we operate under a tax cap. And so we would have to find money that is not committed under the cap, if my understanding is right. And so I don't not support this, but I have to hear at least from the administration what the fiscal ramifications might be in the short term before I jump off the ledge.
To the chair, you're correct in summarizing the comments that we submitted that there could be a very significant financial impact to this. That said, this is a resolution calling for action as opposed to an ordinance that actually compels action. So I think that if this were to come to fruition, the logical conclusion is that we would have to work with the body to figure out where we plug that hole in the budget. Passing this does not by itself, as you know, create that hole, but bringing it to fruition, this request or this via this resolution would require finding some way to plug that hole in the budget.
So in that report, I would love to see not just the progress towards housing, but some kind of a fiscal note attached to it that helps us to understand if we're actually seeing some kind of improvement on the permitting side that would somehow offset those expenses. I don't think that it will. It is a resolution. I think if it were an ordinance, it would be a whole other conversation. We would have to figure out before we passed it where we're going to fill that hole with. So I think, having heard from the administration, I'm okay passing this, but I think members need to understand it's a strongly worded letter that is constrained by reality, and we have to be very cognizant of that reality lest we cause problems kind of on the side. So Mr. Presverdia, then Ms. Zalatow.
Thank you, Chair. I think I had the same question you did, and just reflecting on the definition of a resolution and how that seems to, in some ways, shift over time from a request to a compelling. But I appreciate the characterization that it's a request and that there's no strings attached to it. In that way, I don't mind passing this, and that I think it's a good thing for them to explore. But I certainly would not be in favor at this point if it was an ordinance or a mandate, because I don't think we have enough information about the impact. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatow.
Thank you. So yes, it's a resolution that specifically asks the administration to explore this in the suite of tools that they're working on around our tax abatement. I think these things are complementary. Also, I think it's important to realize for years we didn't levy anything for the BSSA, and those folks still got paid, and we figured it out. So I have full faith in the administration if the body supports this resolution to take this back. The economic opportunity zones are on a clock. They expire at the end of 2026. And I know the Assembly has made some investments in vacant and abandoned properties. If we want to be catalyzing housing really on these two targeted things, how can we work together with the administration and maybe do so in a way that it's complementary to the upcoming ordinance we're going to be expecting around tax abatement? I think all of these tools talked about together allow us to think collaboratively and holistically, especially as we want to catalyze already made investments. I was speaking to one builder who's been contacted about revitalizing some registered vacant and abandoned properties, and the fees and municipal process on 5+s is estimated to be about $10,000 of those costs. So just want to be thoughtful about how we can bring our goals to fruition. Thank you.
Next in the queue, I have Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. And I echo the point about the resolution, but I won't repeat it. But I will just encourage the administration to really roll these ideas into the comprehensive approach that you all are bringing forward with respect to the tax changes and the incentives that we're talking about, thinking of the way the transit supportive corridors overlap into these areas, really fundamentally also with the eye that I'd rather receive it from you all integratedly, knowing that there may not be federal designation in 2 years, but we have the opportunity to designate and create the opportunity, our own opportunity zones, essentially. We've done that. We've started moving in that direction. So I just want to encourage you all to see it as part of a holistic approach and thank my members, my colleagues for bringing it forward tonight. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think I want to touch on a few things. Number one, as the chair pointed out, I think there is a broad and deep conversation to be had about cost, the cost of building housing. And when we talk about cutting red tape, I feel like that phrase, cutting red tape, has kind of become the slogan of the day, and maybe it's, it lands on some people's ears a little bit softer than things like zoning reform. However, I think part of cutting red tape is taking a very diligent look at the cost at the permitting counter for various processes that builders and developers have to go to and say, what is, this is bringing in so much revenue, but what is the cost to our community in terms of units? The figure that was quoted in the responses to Assembly member questions memo, I think that presumes that this will actually be acted upon. That if we do this, all of a sudden, all of these builders and developers will want to build in these economic opportunity zones. I personally think that would be great, but I don't think that's what we've seen when we've looked at other tax abatements for multifamily in the past, right? Some of them are not used frequently or have been barely used at all. So I want to say that. I also want to point out that if it did happen, if it went the other way and a bunch of builders are like, yeah, let's make units in these areas, well, that would increase the tax base for those areas. So there would actually be potentially more revenue coming into the municipality based on those units. So there's a trade-off there to consider as well. And then finally, just want to highlight again for the administration, our partners in the administration, I think this is sort of like the second thing that has come through in responses to Assembly member questions that hasn't been a flag raised to the sponsors of the resolution in advance. And so I'm kind of struggling because I feel like the responses to Assembly member questions are good information to have, but on some of it, I wish I maybe would have had that analysis sooner as a sponsor, and we could have tweaked language, etc. So somehow, some way, I want to get locked in a little bit more with that information. But that's all I'll say for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Brawley and then Ms. Branca.
Yeah, thanks. Just responding to the issue of cost. Again, I want to underscore the entire system that we operate under was assuming we'd be building a lot more. Another way that we close the gap that's been there for many years and we're finally addressing is to build more. So I recognize that if we waive the fees on some projects, that would have a cost. And also, I think a lot of the work we're doing is not specific to these opportunity zones. It may be projects that are built in the opportunity zone but don't otherwise qualify for these waivers. And the other thing I want to emphasize is time is money. And so even if we abandon this idea that we should waive fees, I still think that shaving basically months off of the process will save hundreds of thousands of dollars. And maybe it sounds like hyperbole, but I'm thinking of the professional design services that it takes, the meetings, really our own staff time, and the effort that it takes to move things through, to schedule additional meetings, to have to redo your designs based on the requirements that you didn't fully understand before. All of those things really add directly to the cost of housing. And we put those costs on essentially on the residents who either buy or end up renting that housing too. And so I think it is a bigger conversation about whether this is a public service that needs to be paid for or whether it truly is a fee-based service. And the other thing I'll just briefly note is I was trying to I can't find the documents from our committee meeting last week where we got a report on the BSSA. I'm asking those to be circulated to members. But I will note that as of last November, after we made that change and started charging 0.045 in our mill rate. It's really a tiny amount that we did. We are already seeing $2 million more than we budgeted for 2024. So we budgeted for $7 million to be collected through the BSSA, and then we got, at least as of November, $9.2 million. So the deficit is still there, but even that very small change we made is making a dent in that problem. And so again, I want to stress that in some places we have two conflicting priorities or goals, and at some point we have to choose, in my opinion, we have to choose housing as the priority goal. So that's what I'll say for now. Thanks.
Ms. Branca.
Thank you, Chair. I was the one who brought up the question, and I really felt like in the work session we were hearing that that there could be big impacts if something like this went forward. I was looking at the map on the back of Member Rivera's amendment, and it looks like Fort Richardson would also be part of this zone that could take advantage of that, and I was wondering if the sponsor could clarify, could build on Fort Richardson also, or is that like federal building? I really don't know how that works.
Would you like me to address that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so economic opportunity zones are designated at the federal level, and they're out of census districts. So it'll be any building that occurs that requires our own municipal permitting process is where the advantage would be for if this is implemented by subsequent AO. I didn't exclude any economic opportunity zone because there are just 7 in all of Anchorage. So I think that remains to be seen whether or not even each one could possibly or would be activated by someone should this become, should we decide to waive fees and expedite permitting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just also wanted to, I think Member Boland said, well, we would be getting taxes from the buildings that we developed, so that's a win. But if they are a vacant and abandoned property, we have a tax abatement structure for that. So perhaps some of them would only pay property taxes on the land and not the building. So I'm really struggling to make sure that we're not going to sink our own ship with this, though I love the idea of spurring development for sure.
Right, so I have myself in the queue one more time. And to that point, I think that the answer comes back to the administration being good stewards, that this is a resolution. If red flags start spinning off of it, sparks because of issues that don't really add up, that they will bring it back to us, the concern. I think that's the answer to the pointed concern. But I think there's a higher philosophical question. Ms. Brawley, you kind of used the term, I think it was, when we have two conflicting goals, we have to pick one. And I think that the answer to that is absolutely true, but we need to have as full and complete of information as possible about the fiscal impacts and ramifications before we do. It's ready, aim, fire, not ready, fire, aim. In my ideal world, we don't rush to the conclusion because it's a good idea. We rush to the best data-supported point that will get us to a solution that works for our community. So, but as this is a resolution, again, resolves back to the same main point that the administration won't let us burn the city down for a commitment to do something that is non-binding. So, so again, bottom line for me is, okay, Ms. Alto wants to finish. Go ahead, Ms. Alto.
Thanks. I guess I'm a little dismayed about the implication, like, that we're going to burn the city down. It's not that. It was, like, I'm not saying that the speaker spoke to intent, but the intention here is to put two ideas forward to see if it's the will of the body, because we do know that the administration will be bringing forward some housing catalyst ordinances. And so I wanted to get this idea on the table so it could be considered in that context. I don't like this idea that it might, the phrasing that it might burn the city down, because I don't think that's fair. So I just wanted to say that because I was the primary drafter of this resolution, and I'm very clear of my intent here, and I've worked really hard to be thoughtful about what tools may come to bear. I consulted those who worked on economic opportunity zones for the municipality prior. I spoke with builders, both nonprofit and for-profit. I did my homework, and so I just want to be really clear that this is a thoughtful resolution that I understand will be taken back to be considered as we work collaboratively to address our housing crisis. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
All right, on a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2025-25S as amended has passed the body. Next we have item 10B2. 10B2 is AR 2025-26, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting a capital funding request of the Alaska Legislature for Housing Alaskans Public-Private Partnership in order to accelerate housing development. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Brawley. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Bond. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and I know there's an amendment, so I will turn to Mr. Rivera, then we can get back into it.
Yes, thank you. I will move Rivera Brawley amendment number 1.
Second.
Motion to amend by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this body has supported HAP over the years. We supported its creation and then supported funding for the trust. And as you can see in the resolution, it's helped to spur the development of 84 new housing units in 6 communities around the state on a string budget, which brings me to this amendment. In 2022, the legislature appropriated $5 million to the trust, and the governor vetoed $4 million of that. In 2024, $6 million was appropriated by the legislature and $6 million was vetoed. So given that history, I felt the need to put some additional language, massage some additional language in here that really encourages the governor to keep that funding, so support and maintain that funding that the legislature passes. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, and I'll just briefly add, you won't see the word veto in this amendment, but we are just trying to be very clear and really generally with our legislative strategy that anything that we ask for has to not go through the legislature, but goes through the governor. So we are trying to be smart and strategic about that. So I urge support.
Anyone else? Hearing seeing none, I'll ask unanimous consent on the amendment. Is there any objection to the amendment? Seeing hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing. Ms. Brawley?
Sorry, it said I was still in the queue. Just wanted to add also, this is important not just because they are providing funding to these projects to get them built, capital funding, but also the ask is ultimately to capitalize a trust, which means that it can have a corpus, like our permanent fund, which can spin off dividends every year with the idea that it is sustainable funding. So I believe the reason they didn't, and thank you, Mr. Rivera, for giving the history, I believe the reason why they spent down that $1 million was because it wasn't enough. And so they thought, well, why don't we do something since we have this limited amount of money? But long-term, really, most other states have a housing trust. We have a housing trust that doesn't have a trust fund, and so that's what this is about. So hopefully we will be going down to Juneau and supporting this with our neighbors. Thank you.
Are you in the queue, Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up there. We were, prior to the creation of HAP, one of 3 states without a trust fund, and our unique approach to a trust fund in Alaska through HAP is that it can take in both public and private dollars, which other trust funds around the country have been limited in that if they only accept public dollars. It really lets HAP be quite nimble and work in collaboration with communities, both through public-private partnerships, but as well as specific, even public-based investments. So I think we've set ourselves up for success if we can just figure out an appropriate way to get it funded so it can act like a trust and be one of those cornerstones, quite frankly, of our state to really address what's our most pressing problem. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Salt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2025-26 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 10D8. 10D8 is Assembly Memorandum AM 92-2025, recommendation of award of a non-encumbered contract for professional engineering services with HDL Engineering Consultants, LLC HDL. This item was pulled by Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve.
Motion approved by Ms. Brawley. Seconded by Mr. Bowen. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. I pulled this item. I had asked a question about it as well, but really wanted, since the administration said there was information, just wanted to, again, close the loop on how this relates to Vision Zero and other traffic priorities for the coming years.
I'll ask our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Falsey, to speak to this one. Thanks.
Through the chair to Member Brawley. Thank you for your patience on this one. Given the holiday, we were a little jammed up on responding to questions and had some staff vacancies again today. The additional information that I was able to gather was that the total amount is in line with what we have done in 2021, 22, and 23. And yes, this does also go to Vision Zero. If there are specific questions, I'd be happy to try to field them.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't have specific questions. Just wanted to note that this is a big investment in contract services. So I'm hoping that we can see movement towards safer streets. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salt?
Yes.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 92-2025 has passed the body. Next, we have item 10E6. 10E6 is AR 2025-29, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating donation funds from the Friends of the Library to the Anchorage Public Library in the amount of $100,000, all to the Anchorage Public Library Department Miscellaneous Operating Grants Fund. Ms. Salatil, you pulled this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Voland. All right, so welcome. Come forward. It's upside down if you want to turn it over. There you go. So there's a mic there. If you press the green tape, there you go.
Okay. Thank you. As many of you know, I'm Mary Rasmussen, and I'm president of Friends of the Library. I'm here representing the entire board, and I think this is probably a time for a thank you to go both ways, because we really appreciate the funds that the Assembly has put forward for the library and the funds that the mayor has put forward for the library. It's a time when often, I know money is tight for the municipality, but we still want to say that we see ourselves as the frosting on the cake. We're not here to fund what the municipality needs to be doing for the library. So that's my biggest message coming forward. And I really appreciate all of you. And I see new faces, so I hope you will recognize us again, because we plan to come back. And special big thanks to the staff at the library. They have been always supportive and helped us with our projects. So we have donations that range from single dollars and maybe even some change that come in the box by the checkout at the library, to some very nice checks that are much bigger. But all those people are supporters of the public library. So thank you.
Mr. Falsey, come forward. Since you're standing in the wings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So say we were fast, so because I didn't realize you had such a busy agenda.
Well, thank you very much. We still need to take action on this item, so we have the motion before us properly. And we've heard from the petitioner, if you will. So is there any further discussion on the item? I would just say thank you very much from myself and the Assembly as a body. We're grateful for your ongoing and continued support. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Great. On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
yes.
Yes, AR 2025-29 has passed the body. So next we have item 10F1. 10F1 is Assembly Information Memorandum 11-2025, Annual Bar Safety Hour Permit Report. You pulled this item, Ms. Brawley.
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Voland. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm taking this opportunity just to, I guess, raise this conversation again. I think this policy has been in place for, it looks like about 10 years or so. And I also want to note that according to this, all three of our permit holders seem to be expired as of right now. And so I think this is something that I know has been a huge topic of discussion and lots of work on the Assembly over the years. And I was going to ask, just again, take this opportunity to note, because this is now an annual report, and also suggest that maybe this is something that we could take up sometime this spring at the Community and Economic Development Committee, because that's where licensing issues goes. And I think I am interested in a code change that I started talking about in 2023 and then didn't pick up after that. So just to really put that out there. Thank you.
So I'll put myself in the queue just to reply and say that I have a drafting project working right now to repeal the program. Doesn't eliminate the ability for an operator to stay open and not serve and let people sober up, but it just gets rid of the bureaucratic rigmarole that just seems to waste everyone's time. So just stand by, that item will be coming up pretty soon. So anyone further on this? Hearing see none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to accept. Any second. Clerk is, oh, there we go.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Right, on a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. IM 11-2025 has been accepted. Next, we have item 10F9. 10F9 is an Assembly Information Memorandum 20-2025, 2024 Assembly Housing Action Plan Progress Report. Ms. Brawley, you pulled this item?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brawley, seconded by Mr. Boland. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, Member Rivera and I pulled this partly just to call attention to it because there's a lot of great work in this that I know we all on this body contributed to. So I really encourage you to read it, and then also to note to members of the public, we did a lot last year, and it's hard to keep track of it when you're in the meeting-to-meeting cycle. The other thing I want to say when I have this platform yet again is after we made some of these code changes, big and small, the biggest piece of feedback that I've heard from folks trying to do projects is the continued disconnect between these policy changes that we have made and this assertion that housing is a priority and all of the roadblocks that they run into through the process. And I know those roadblocks are not being thrown up intentionally, but they are basically getting in the way of us actually seeing units go from concept to permitted into reality. So again, really emphasizing that we need to fix and speed up our permitting process as we continue to work on these policy issues. And I'll just note also that is a big strategy in the Housing Action Plan. It calls for changing that process. It calls for addressing these issues and these roadblocks, but it is something that the Assembly branch just does not have the ability to do on our own. It's not our lane, but we will continue to ask for it, or at least I will. So I encourage you to accept this, to read through it, but also there's a lot more work to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with everything that Member Brawley said. In addition, I think more than any kind of substantial updates or any new glossy plans, which I certainly encourage folks to read through this update. It's a good one. I think there needs to be a very strong focus on culture and change, on getting to yes and on moving quicker. And I'm happy to see the progress that we've made on the Housing Action Plan, and looking forward to even more housing work in the coming year. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Right. On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 2020-2025 has passed the body. Before we break for our dinner break, Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 13A.
So there is a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 13A by Mr. Johnson. I'll second it. Seconded by Constant. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I hope this will be quick. I intend to make a motion to postpone when we get to the item. The reason I'm asking us to change the order of the day is in part because I don't think this should take up too much of our time. But I'm mindful there are some facts from folks from Girdwood who felt compelled to be here tonight to see which way this went. And just being considerate of the fact that the roads are rather treacherous between here and there, I'd like to afford them the opportunity to drive home while they can.
And to be clear, it wouldn't be a motion to postpone, it would be a motion to continue the public hearing.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, just clarifying. So you want to hear folks testify, then continue the public hearing?
I think the intent is to just change the order, then open the public hearing and immediately continue the public hearing so that no one's sticking around waiting in case something happens later and they feel like they missed the boat. Is that a fair?
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you.
Okay, that's what I think the action is here. So is there any objection to the motion to change the order of the day? I'm seeing and hearing no objection. The order of the day is changed. Now we have up before us again item 13A, which is AO 2024-114, an ordinance adopting the Girdwood Comprehensive Plan to update the Girdwood Area Plan and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21, Land Use Planning.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
So hold on. The public hearing is now open. No.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 11th.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Johnson to continue the public hearing to February 11. It was seconded by Mr. Boland. I'm a little hesitant on the 11th. I think the 11th is getting pretty tight. We can do it that night, but I think the 25th would be prime time. If there's no objection, you can make the call. You've been writing this, but I think that night's going to be a little wild.
Well, I'd prefer not to do on a wild night, so I think February 25th should be acceptable.
Good. I think that's the best call. And this will be the prime item that night that we're running right now. So if there's no objection to change that motion, the motion then is to continue the public hearing to the meeting on the 25th. Any discussion? It was Mr. Bowen, so Johnson Bowen. So I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Any objection? Seeing here no objection. Public hearing is now continued to the meeting of February 25th. And with that, we will take our regularly scheduled dinner break and come back. So the Gerber folks, you don't need to stick around.
Yes.
All right, thanks. Everybody, we are now coming back on the record. Next item on the agenda is item 11A. 11A is AR 2024-323, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly establishing and adopting a policy to align proportional spending in the 6-year capital improvement program and the capital improvement budget. There is also an S version which adds to update scoring criteria 4 and to include density of population. So I don't know if there was a motion or not. Action was postponed, no motion pending. So is there a motion?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Rowland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rowland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll speak to sort of my rationale and why I was happy to join Member Zolotel in this effort on how can we make it more of a point when we're prioritizing our investments in community amenities or needed infrastructure upgrades. How can we, along with all of the other criteria that are used, put more of an emphasis on housing density? And for me, I think a lot of the conversations that we've had around land use and the testimony that we've heard, on things like triplex, fourplex reform or the home initiative, I think that there is an association that some people in Anchorage have, especially folks who remember the oil boom days and some of the construction that went up then. There's almost a negative association with multifamily housing areas where we have that, and how they relate to how parks are kept up or how the roads are kept up. And I remember, we had one member of the public come and testify on the home initiative, and they talked about how Mountain View was now the murder capital of Alaska because at one point, multifamily housing was allowed there. And so I want to get away from this association with multifamily and neighborhoods that are in poor condition, because I think that areas that are dense can be very vibrant. They should be walkable. In our plans, we've essentially told people, well, here's where more people can live, and here's where people can live more affordability, not in these areas for XYZ reasons, but in these specific areas. And if you look at a map of Anchorage where we allow that type of dense development, I know all of my colleagues have seen these types of visuals, but it's not most of Anchorage, right? There's only a few areas. And so I want to see more investment, bringing up those areas where we already have dense multifamily housing, and just, and further, as we work toward that goal of 10,000 units in 10 years, I want those neighborhoods that are created to be places where folks feel safe, regardless of their mode of transportation, that have really awesome public spaces and parks. And I think Also, if we are, fully transparent, I think we look at some of the neighborhoods in places like my district or East Anchorage, and they could use a little more love. And if we make those investments, we know that because there's more people living there, a lot of people will be able to benefit from those investments and enjoy those things and enjoy living in those neighborhoods. I also want to highlight that I appreciate the opportunity to work with the administration. I had the opportunity to meet with the mayor on this resolution. They did provide some red line edits, and those are reflected in the S version. And I think what I enjoyed, my takeaways from those conversations was, okay, housing doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all, because we also have amenities in Anchorage that are highly used, right? There's a lot of folks who use Town Square Park, for instance, or who use Kincaid Park to go skiing, right? And so how do we balance all of those things? How do we make sure when it comes to these types of investments that every district gets a piece of the pie, right? There's some geographical considerations, but there's also usage considerations, right? Folks, things that are heavily used might more often need repair, etc. And then also, I do think that a key missing piece now that we can consider very thoughtfully would be that housing density, making great places for people to live. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Alto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to add a little bit as to the timing of the resolution. I think the timing is right for a couple of reasons. One, as we wait whatever the tax abatement proposal that comes from the administration, it's likely associated with transit-supported corridors. Transit-supported corridors are natural places where our comp plan talks about density. And as we think about density and thinking about wanting to eke out every possible unit that we can, housing unit, we're going to need to think about, well, how do people get access to open space? It's also in line with our planned unit development reforms, where we said when you are near public amenities like parks, you don't have to leave a space, a green space necessarily in the housing development, so we can maximize those housing units. It's another factor in, I think, a pretty extensive scoring criteria, but if our focus is on housing and the housing is for people, really want to think about where are those people going, where is that housing development, and at the heart of it, it's equity. Are we making sure we're investing where we're welcoming people to be? So I would hope for your support. Also want to echo my thanks. I had an opportunity to meet with Ms. Skovic on this resolution and talk it through, and had great support too from Legislative Services, Ms. Fenniclausen. So really want to thank the team for putting this together. And again, I think it's just a way we can be a bit more sophisticated. And I'm really thankful we have an administration that can be sophisticated about how we're looking at these investments as we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions. In the original version, in the first whereas, it says it is the policy. Let me just say, it says it is the policy of the municipality to align proportional spending. In the S version, it says it is the policy of the municipality to develop updated scoring criteria. I'm trying to understand that. This is in the whereas, though. Are we saying that we want to make this the policy, or that that policy already exists and we're just stating a fact? Is it the policy of a municipality to develop, or are we saying we want it to be the policy of the municipality? I'm confused by the language. I'm wondering if somebody can answer that question. Normally it's the assembly resolves to do this, right? We're resolving to do something, right? I'm confused whether we're saying we recommend to the administration that they develop a policy to develop this. I'm lost.
So, Mr. Bond.
Yeah, so I think that this kind of gets back to what you were talking about earlier, the purpose of a resolution, right? And I think that a lot maybe hinges around the word resolved. But I think that there are resolutions that are requests, and maybe that can be fleshed out in that section of the resolved, right? But I also think that there are resolutions that are the assemblies weighing in as a body in an open meeting as the policymakers of the municipality to say this should be the policy. We are giving this policy guidance to the administration. Still a level down from an ordinance because, any administration could treat this as a strongly worded letter or implement it or not as they see fit. And I will say in the prior administration, I think that we saw several examples that, not a willingness to follow the stated policy guidance of the assembly, right? And so for me, I see this type of resolution, once we turn it over, it doesn't necessarily effectuate anything in and of itself, but it is within our legislative branch authority to say, this is how we collectively feel, this is the direction that we want to move in.
Okay. So I'm again, and maybe this is legal to, it is not the policy currently of the municipality. What we're saying in this is we are making it the policy of the municipality.
Yeah, correct.
That you do this.
Yeah, I think that is the intent here. Mm-hmm.
Okay. To develop this, and that becomes a policy that they are going to do that. So I would. Yep. So that's just, I want to make sure I understand that, because I may have an amendment, because I think the language is confusing, because it is not the policy, but we are establishing a policy.
Sure, we could say, okay, it should be or it shall be.
Okay. Yeah. And is this a policy that would be consistent then from now on? So it's an established, essentially as an ordinance of some kind, because it's do we have this written in a policy manual somewhere? Where would this policy go? Maybe the administration can speak to that. Where would this policy be written down?
I'll speak briefly to that. It would be written in this resolution. This resolution, when it is enacted and is adopted and all of those items are fully approved, then that is the tool. The administration from there does with it what they will. The administration can also respond.
Okay, maybe the administration can respond. Is this the understanding that you are being compelled to develop this scoring criteria? Is that correct?
Through the chair to Member Perez-Medina, I would ask Director Braniff to come down and speak to the kind of what would it mean for this to be policy question. To the how this is phrased question, I will admit it is phrased in a way that is not necessarily consistent with how many other resolutions are phrased in terms of if you look for comparison at 10B1, which was just passed, that speaks more, in the phrasing of the Assembly further recommends, or the Assembly requests, or the Assembly encourages or urges, whereas this is phrased just differently. I think that the legal implications remain the same, although I will admit that the phrasing is different from how I've seen other resolutions be phrased. Mr. Braniff can speak specifically to what does this look like as a policy question.
Right, so once this is passed, this becomes an established policy of your department?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. So what we have currently, and I'll lay a little groundwork that I think will drive at the heart of what you're asking, is a scoring matrix. Well, first of all, the process starts with community council surveys. They come out this time of year. We ask all the community councils, what projects are important to you? We look for responses that we get in multiples. We look for responses that we get from multiple community councils. And from there, we take all of that and we put it into a scoring matrix. And the current scoring matrix that we use addresses topics as consistency with adopted plan, public support by the administration and the Parks and Rec Department, support project by community councils and elected officials, operations and maintenance impacts, and it goes on. There's maybe 10 criteria. And I think one of the things that we are proposing, if this was to pass, is that density could become one of the scored criteria within the matrix. Okay. And I think that would address it in a way where it shapes and influences the outcomes.
Thanks. So the scoring criteria currently exists. This would be compelling you to update it.
I think that would be a great approach. Yeah.
Okay. Great. All right. Then I'd like to move a pretty slight amendment, if I could, to just change the initial language in section 1 to the Anchorage Assembly recommends that the municipality develop. So I'd like to just strike the initial, it is the policy of the municipality to, and I move an amendment that would say the Anchorage Assembly recommends the municipality develop. And then continue on.
I'll second.
A motion to amend by Mr. Presverdia, seconded by Ms. Brawley.
And the rationale for it is, I think they agree with it. I think we all agree with it. It's great. I don't want to set a precedent that we are. I think that it's a big thing for me to compel them to create a policy. And I think it's well within our right. I would agree with that. But I don't think that's what we're doing here. I think we're simply recommending that they modify the current criteria so that it includes these things. And I think they agree. So I think it's a better way to approach it. Thanks.
So on the amendment, Ms. Bronca? On the amendment, Ms. Brawley? On the amendment, Mr. Johnson? So I have myself in the queue, and I'll speak briefly to the amendment. I don't.
Do you have me in the queue?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, can you make sure I'm in, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So there is no precedent being set by the Assembly asserting it is the policy of the municipality. And it is, in fact, the job of the Assembly to set the policy of the municipality. We don't set how the administration implements the policies that we set, but we set the policy in the budget, we set the policy in the code. And in fact, resolutions can have the effect of law. Some of them, especially the appropriating ones, do. But there, to me, is a very clear distinction. This is, I believe, well within the power of the Assembly. And so it's debatable whether we should exercise that power here. And I have some thoughts on the language itself that I might think under a different section to soften it slightly. But I want to just state for the record here really plainly that this is well within the power of the Assembly to set policy, to state it is the policy of the municipality that, and it doesn't set any precedent. We could probably pull up half a dozen of them from the last few years. So I'll let members choose how they want to fall on the amendment, but I want to be really clear about that. So Mr. Volin and then Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I thought he was before. I'm sorry, Mr. Volin. Mr. Rivera, Mr. Volin, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to echo a lot of the things that the chair stated in terms of precedence setting. This is not. You can go through the public records, a public portal to Assembly documents, and you can find a plethora of resolutions wherein we as the policymakers set policy. I guess to me, support or non-support of this amendment depends on whether you want to set this as the policy of the municipality or not. And for me, I do support setting this as the policy of the municipality, so I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Before we move to Mr. Vaughn and Ms. Zalatel, Mr. Presverdia, the clerk has asked that you review the motion to make sure we get it right because she doesn't think she has it right. So,
so the wording would say, Section 1, the Anchorage Assembly recommends the development, recommends, let me make sure I get this right. The Anchorage Assembly recommends the municipality develop updated. And as long as I'm on the mic, can I make a comment? Is that all right, Chair?
So, not yet.
Okay,
You can get back in the queue. There's a line of...
I'm back in the queue, thanks.
Yeah, there's a line of folks. So I think it was Vaughn and then Zalatel, and then the mayor, and then Cameron. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm iffy on this amendment just because, I don't know, I'm maybe kind of ambivalent about it. recommends, okay, it sounds a little weak to me. And I think particularly with this one, because the effect is a boomerang, right? We're asking, or I wouldn't even say asking, I would say guiding. I think guiding is a good word. The administration to consider these things for investments that are going to come back to us for approval. So effectively, I think this is us saying, here are the things that we want to see considered and prioritized when you bring us your budget for capital improvement, whether that's to infrastructure or to parks. And I guess that's kind of what I'm looking for. And to me, I want that to be the guiding policy. And so I can feel really good about when the administration does bring that before us. I can say, oh, look, they did use this scoring criteria. Oh, look, we're going to have some benefits in these areas of town that are more, or we're going to set up conditions where more construction could happen and where those folks are going to be served by great amenities and great infrastructure. So I think in a way this is well within our wheelhouse to request, because not only are we the policymakers on the front end, but we're going to be the appropriators on the back end as well. Thanks.
Ms. Alito.
Thank you. So this language was developed and were part of the red line edits that came from the administration. Second, this scoring criteria is something we don't even get to see and haven't seen. So I think that's an important piece to this. I don't want to recommend something and then not get to see it. What I would like to do is both see it and see that population is one of those criteria. Mr. Braniff's explanation of all the things they take into account when selecting the bonds far surpasses my knowledge after nearly 6 years on the body of how those bonds end up, how those projects get scored, ranked internally, and end up on the bond. I think we're very familiar with the CIP portion, but not necessarily all the rest that goes into it. And so I would like to see more transparency in that, and one way to do that is to be involved in what that criteria looks like. So I think setting the policy, and I also think it's very consistent with the ordinance-based policy actions we are taking, particularly around housing and how we're changing and breaking down a variety of barriers, and it's consistent with other policy we've passed. So I don't support the amendment because I think it's fine to take a policy stance on this because it doesn't preclude anything. It adds another factor into the mix. Thank you.
All right, of course, with perfect timing, it's now the opportunity for the manager to speak through the mayor, and IT is there to help the manager, so get her computer working. So, Ms. Wint-Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies. For some reason, I'm unable to enter the queue tonight. Two
We'll get that
things. I would
fixed
say,
right now.
big picture, I just want to affirm that we agree that adding the criteria is positive. And so are generally aligned with the spirit of this resolution, and want to make that clear. I had one minor technical point, which is that policy actually is a term of art within the municipality. We have policies and procedures that have a specific route of approval that have to be signed off by certain people, and this is not actually a P&P. It is something else. It is scoring criteria for the development of our capital improvement program. And so I would just, if there is going to be some tinkering with verbiage, would respectfully request that we change the word policy to something else, just because that is actually a term of art within the types of documents and that we approve within the municipality.
So I just would note that there's a long history of this body being recognized as the policymaking body of the municipality. And in fact, this body could, by ordinance, reach into any P&P section and just ordain it. And so there might be some fights. That's what I said, could pass an ordinance to set the policy, even a P&P. Thank you, Ms. Press. So I think it's a bit of a quibble on the question of what is a policy in the context of this conversation. I think that the gist of this amendment is to take what is a clear statement of policy by this body to the administration and make it a recommendation. So whatever words we choose, I think that's the effective discussion we're having, not what is the definition of a policy. In whose hands? So I think that you're next, Mr. President.
Thank you. So, first of all, just to be clear, all of the conversation about whether it's in our purview or right, I completely agree. That's not at all what I'm saying. First of all, in a policy to update a current criteria, so it's a policy to update something that's already being done. That doesn't make any sense at all. How would that be a policy? It's just an update to their criteria. And so it's not an established policy. It's simply, you should go do this because it's a good thing to do. So it's a very strangely worded thing. And it's not about whether we have the right to do the policy or not. It's just simply poorly worded. And so that's really the basis for my concern. So whether you say recommend or do, it doesn't matter. But creating a policy to update a document that they already have doesn't make any sense at all. So, but I would agree that we develop policy through ordinance. That's policy, and this is a resolution. And so if we want to compel them to do it, then we could just say we compel them to do it. But establishing policy makes no sense at all. Regardless, I think we're on the same page in terms of we want them to go and do this. And if someone has a recommendation for language that's different from mine, I'm happy to make that change. But as we just heard from the administration, the word policy doesn't make sense here. Thanks.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Vaughn.
Okay, I'm going to move to amend the amendment and say, the Anchorage Assembly resolves, it is the policy guidance of the Anchorage Assembly that the municipality should develop updated scoring criteria.
There's a motion to amend the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second moved by Mr. Vaughan, second by Ms. Brawley. Any discussion on the matter? I think folks get it. Okay. I don't see any. Members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Meg? Or I'm sorry, Member Zalatel?
No. No.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 8-3, the amendment to the amendment has passed. Now we're back on the amendment as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote on the amended amendment.
Member Zalatel?
No.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. On a vote of 8-3 and the youth member votes,
Yes.
yes, the amendment as amended has passed. Now we're back on the main motion as amended. Ms. Bronco.
Thank you, Chair. I looked at the map that shows the density and where we are considering making a higher weight toward developing parks. And it looks to me like those are the hot spots, because it's the dense areas, where we have trouble with getting control of our parks right now. So in a way, I'm a bit concerned that until we have a really good policy of what we are going to do about camping in our open spaces, that maybe that should come first, and then we add a scoring criteria. I do agree that if we add that to the other things that we look at when we decide what to fund, that's not a bad thing at all. In fact, it's a good thing, but I don't know if we're ready yet. I think we need to figure out what to do in those densely populated areas of town that parks have been overrun. The other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is I'm a parkie. I've been following parks for as long as I can remember. And one thing I know is that there is an effort to spread park spending through the city. And I see it sometimes with school bonds to make sure that they pass. There are, and you know, I asked the administration that question, and there's no data that shows that if we just focus on one low-income area of town, if it wouldn't pass. I would hope it would, but what sometimes lifts attention is if there is a neighborhood that's really high voting that is also listed on the bond, they're more likely to pass. So I have a few concerns about the idea. First, maybe we figure out the park situation, then come back to this. Or then the other thing is that, you know, maybe the variety is good for getting bonds to pass.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Two comments. First on the map. I appreciate the map, looking at it. I just want to note measuring density by census tract is generally useful. However, it makes it look like because of Kincaid and the airport that there's almost nobody living in Sand Lake. Which so just to note, not because this, and again, we know this resolution is guidance, but also it's not saying that we have to use census tracts. I just want to note that there's multiple methodologies, so we want to look at the implications of that and really think about where people live, because that is one issue. Not to say that Sand Lake is the most dense neighborhood in the city, but it's I would imagine it's more dense than what it shows here. So that's one note. The other one is I do appreciate this being brought forward, and I do actually appreciate that it changed to scoring criteria, because I know maybe the original was too big of a bite for this community to take at once. But I do want to raise a question that I sit with, and I actually have had multiple conversations today in various contexts about, and it's really, do voters or do community members need to personally benefit from something in order to support it? And I think that's something everybody would answer differently for themselves. I think that's really the space that we're trying to deal with. And if it's something that you only support if you personally benefit from it, then what does that look like, given that some areas of town have had way more investment than others? And it's also a function of the fact that, you know, some areas of town have housing that is more expensive than others, which tends to track with income, which tends to track with socioeconomic status, right? So folks who pay more property taxes, it's because you own more property. So I bring all those up not because I support this. I think it's worth looking at, but I think we keep coming up with this big question, which is, again, how much are we willing to fund things that benefit other people because it benefits the whole community? And there's not an easy answer to that. But I do want to also observe that most of our systems, including the capital improvement program, were created in an environment that basically the state had what felt like unlimited money. So there was no need to prioritize. There was really no need to fiscally constrain the choices we made. It was a matter of everybody saying, here's what I want, and they got the money for it. And I know that's oversimplifying, but it's also the way that our systems were built. If you go back and look at our legislative program from the 1980s and 1990s, it's an entire 3-ring binder because we got that much money and we had that many projects, and we have never updated our processes to reflect the fact that those days are gone. And so I think we're running into all these hard conversations, and it's really things like this really kind of get at the edge of what that core issue is. But I think the question is, what benefits the whole community, and what are we willing to pay for, and how do we determine how we prioritize things? So I appreciate the conversation that this has continued. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'm enjoying this debate, but I will say for my part, I don't think I'm inclined to support this. In part, I'm looking at this and asking what's broken here that needs to be fixed. I mean, I think we already recognize that when it comes to considering population density around certain amenities, we already acknowledged that. This library is closer to a higher density population area. The Performing Arts Center, a number of other amenities are, because that, to me, there's a logic that follows there. But I don't see the need to necessarily extend that to all amenities, in particular park space, especially when we have a system right now that, one, has flexibility that I think is generally desirable. I mean, we have a bond later on the agenda that puts most of our bond funding for this year towards a project in downtown, which I think that makes sense. So I don't see why we need to alter that, especially when, you know, we're looking at in the current status quo where each chunk of Anchorage, each district, which each contains roughly the same number of people, is given essentially equal consideration. I mean, I think all people in Anchorage, should have, had things that improve their quality of life. So when we say every district gets a piece, what we seem to be contemplating here is saying, yeah, every district gets a piece, but some districts should necessarily always get a bigger piece. And in some places that makes sense, but I don't think I see the need to build this into a system that favors, parks in particular, but quote unquote, any other community amenity away from these areas of lower population, necessarily towards the center of town, especially when the methodology, as I think Member Brawley already pointed out, seems questionable, right? If we're going off of census tracts, I mean, those don't consider non-buildable land in the area, things like bodies of water or state parks or forests, right, which will skew the numbers for the population density in ways that maybe aren't actually a fair metric of how many people live there in one density. And we could say maybe, well, that's not what we're going to use. But I don't see anything else being put forward as a metric. And so certainly without being able to consider that and what it means and what it looks like on a map, for all these reasons, I don't think I'm comfortable with this.
So somehow I swiped and all of the people who were in the queue disappeared. And so it was myself, Mr. Vaughn, Ms. Zalatel, then Mr. Littlefield, Mr. Presverdia. So I am next in the queue. And I'm just going to put it out there that I just cannot stomach the argument that we can't invest in the parks in Mountain View and Fairview and in East Anchorage where people live because there might be homeless people living nearby in the camps because we don't manage it, we can't get in front of it, we can't deal with it, so don't invest there. This is all part and parcel of a vicious circle that has occurred generation after generation in this town, where we see this deterioration and disinvestment land in those places because it's the place where those people should live. And then we drive the social services and support services there, and we disinvest everything of benefit to those people from those neighborhoods. And then it all starts over again. Well, we can't put money there because there's only trouble there, so let's put our money, up in CASA, because that's a great project. Everybody agrees. We should take money from Mountain View.
Point of order.
Rule on your point of order, Mr. Chair.
Let me hear the point of order first.
I feel like you are conflating two issues that are not related right now.
Mr. Chair, I believe I have a right to make my point.
Yeah, I think my ruling is that your point is relevant. Thanks. Please continue.
Let me give you a little history lesson now. There was a man named Grady Ward. He lived in Ship Creek because he couldn't live in Inlet View in South Edition. They wouldn't let him. He was not those people. He was the other people, and he couldn't live. He had to live in the mud. That man helped to build the highway to Alaska during the war. That man said, hey, we need street lights in Fairview. We need street lights, a fundamental, essential tool. Like the things that are over your blocks, they were all over in the neighborhoods in this town where those people didn't live, where people like me lived. So the city gave him a 100-watt light bulb per block and said, this is what you get. Then there was a man named John Parks who was just sickened by the fact that the people of Fairview couldn't get to work. And he demanded that the city put in a bus system. The city did. Finally, they gave him a little 10-passenger van, and they started what became People Mover. Our city developed into what it is on the backs of the poor, and we have created a community in which there's strong will to remove value from those places because that's just where the trouble is at. And if we don't figure out what to do, but we never do, we should invest in other places. Heck, my friends at Chugach Electric, I'm still waiting for their 5-year report on their undergrounding. Won't underground in Mountain View, but they will in South Anchorage because they can get 5 times as much distance for their power lines. What does all of this have to do with scoring criteria? The fact is, these scoring criteria are the things that either build equity or disinvest, build a fair deal or tear apart. So we are asked today to make investments in both our city parks, our urban parks, and our rural areas, and I am broadly committed to supporting both because I believe we all need these spaces. In fact, I would change one word in this section 2, and that's prioritizing equitable spending. That's what I would put in there so that it's equitable, meaning everybody gets kind of a fair shake, but doesn't dictate that it's all equal, because that doesn't make sense when you have priorities that need to get dealt with that are bigger than the money you have. You got to take those priorities on and build them. That's why Inlet View got a school, because we needed to make that investment, whereas there were 1,000 other things we could have invested in. And so to me, I will support this resolution. I just can't stand to hear that we shouldn't invest in neighborhoods where there might be homeless camps because there's trouble there. Because if we set that as a policy, then those places will never not be trouble if we don't invest. In fact, the biggest investments in Mountain View happened when Mountain View was at its worst, and it was transformative. And it generated hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. And the only way you generate that kind of investment is by planting a flag and doing something. And so that's all kind of more debate for items coming later in the day. But I support the idea that we work to equitably support projects across this town. In the queue, I have Mr. Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I want to a little bit piggyback off of that and respond to Member Branca's concern, because I think it is a valid concern. But I think that is, as the chair said, a cycle that we need to break. And I think that is where that equity portion comes in. Which parks, again, are chosen to be cleaned up, right? But for me, I think that requires investment, right? And it requires creating places where people want to be. I'm a big believer that positive activation is one of the ways to get there. Having more people in a space, enjoying that space because it's well managed, it's well taken care of, there are amenities there. And that's something I want for East Anchorage. And in the last budget cycle, was it last budget cycle or two ago, Member Branca and I were able to team up and do some really good work together. And, you know, we took a bond proposal and we added on to it, and we said, no, we're going to be a little bit more ambitious with this. I brought forward an appropriation for $600,000 for Mountain View neighborhood parks. And Member Branca brought forward an increase for Russian Jack Park. And so to me, that is operating within the wheelhouse of what we're asking, those equity considerations, those housing density considerations. And so I guess that's kind of the lens that I want to take. You know, if we have, and I will say we have a very ambitious parks bond coming before us later, you know, tonight, that addresses several different things, and that I'm sure has used thoughtfully the existing scoring criteria. And we've talked about, you know, usage versus density, etc. I guess I do want to respond to the member from South Anchorage as well a little bit, just because he called out that parks bond and that there was a large amount on one project downtown. You know, I'll point out that we also have a standalone bond tonight, which is not South Anchorage, but it's part of the CASA package, right? And so that's something that a lot of folks are going to benefit from in South Anchorage. And, you know, in terms of like what census tracts capture and they don't, you know, in addition to natural features, et cetera, they also don't look at the underlying zoning, right? And I'll just say, in a lot of the conversations that we've had around housing density and encouraging more of it in more places, without fail, we hear from some of those South Anchorage community councils all about why they don't want increases in density and the concerns that they have. You know, we'll get a letter from Rabbit Creek Community Council, etc. And there are also areas, and I don't want to beat up South Anchorage, but there's also areas that they don't pay. You know, some of the service areas that don't pay towards the parks in the same way that arts and voters do, right? And so I see CASA as a way to kind of capture some of those complexities. But I do think that having this as a scoring criteria, or in the mix of the scoring criteria, can be a really positive thing, and making sure that, because again, housing density, not only is it great for folks to be housed, but the more units we have, the more that adds to our tax base and to our municipality's revenue as well. And so again, going back to just the central point being here, creating great places where if we're going to say this is where you can live in a multifamily affordable situation, that we're going to really invest in those areas and make them great places to be. I think it's really important. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, in the queue I have Ms. Alatal. Did you pull yourself out, Mr. Littlefield? Okay, so you were in there, but you're not now. So Ms. Alatal, Mr. Presverdia, then Mr. Salt, then Mr. Martinez, Ms. Brawley. So, and then Mr. Yeah, okay, got it. Okay. So next is Ms. Alatal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really thrilled we get to have this conversation tonight, because this is an evolution of how we're thinking about things. I appreciated Ms. Brawley's point. We have a system that was built off of an old funding paradigm, and we are in a point where we can collaboratively have these tough conversations about where to make investments. I think that goes to really the sophisticated level that we think about these things, and that's exciting. I think it's very exciting that we are dealing with the tensions in our community, and I think we need to deal with them head on, whether that has to be on a Tuesday night via resolution or we need to make other space for it. I think this should not be the end of that conversation. I think part of the issue is that the scoring criteria isn't transparent to us. We don't know all of the things that go into what lands on the bond. And I'm hoping that through collaboration with the administration, we can see what that is. And so we can be better advocates for our districts. We can be better information. We can provide better information to our community councils. I think community councils get very frustrated when they see their projects linger on a CIP list, especially if they find them to be very important. And then even the community council process is somewhat inequitable, or is inequitable, in that there are community councils that are more active and less active, and some parts of town are able to have more attendance. And all of it cuts to the heart of how are we, as these decision makers, going to take in the information and make very informed decisions? And how are we going to do that, to me, to the greatest benefit of our community? I think equitable investment, we're past the time for equitable investment. I think we had the opportunity, and we thought a lot about equity when we had CARES Act and ARPA funding, and I think we should build off of that muscle we started to work out and take that into how do we operationalize some of this. And that is the intention here of this resolution. We have a sophisticated administration that can work with us on this and have these tough conversations with us. And I think our community will be better for it. So I thank you for your participation and your honesty in the debate tonight, because I think it's really important. I will, of course, support this resolution. I think it is really important that we take this step forward, and I hope that you can walk along with us. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
Thank you. Just a couple questions for the administration, and then just a couple comments. And I'm not sure who wants to answer this, but is the administration in favor of equitable distribution of funds in the city as it relates to investments in housing and parks and communities? Is it your perspective that we should be investing funds in an equitable way, meaning putting the investment where the most need is?
Through the chair to Mr. Presverdia, thank you for the question. Especially if given the alternative of inequitable investment, we would certainly be for equitable and definitely support this conversation and moving to a place where we're looking strategically at the needs in our community and doing so in a way too that is also balanced. And I recognize there's nuance there as members represent different districts and are very much aware of those needs, and at the same time need to consider the needs and well-being of the broader community. So short answer, yes.
Yeah, thanks. So generally, the comment I want to make is I'm not sure who we're fighting here. I feel like we're all on the same page. I think generally there may be some disagreement here or there, but I'm not sure where the fight is. There generally is, I think, agreement from the administration and most of this assembly that we need to be investing in a strategic and smart way. We need to be thinking about density. We need to be thinking about where the greatest need is. So that's the thing about some of these resolutions. I'm not even sure why we are doing them and why we're having these sort of long fights here on the assembly when generally we're all working towards the same thing. So that's my first comment. Second, the sort of compelling the administration to do something that they already want to do. I don't understand that either. And this language around sort of making sure that we're holding them accountable. I appreciate the effort, but we're in a new administration. So I am fine passing this. I'm glad we changed the language so that it's a policy recommendation or guidance or whatever the word we used. But I have faith that we're all on the same page here and we're trying to make smart investments, and I'm for that. So and I realize that the community that I serve may not benefit from this, but I understand that those strategic investments are good for our whole city. So I'm going to support this because generally I support the intent of it, but I guess I don't support the continued effort to use our time to compel administration to do something that they already plan on doing. So that doesn't feel like a good use of our time. Anyway, I encourage my colleagues to support this because I think that the spirit is the right spirit, and I think the administration is in favor of it. So I think we should move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of echoing some of Member Padilla and Member Constant's comments. We need to work together. Yes, Rabbit Creek weighs in a lot, but the question isn't why they do. The question is why others do not want their voices to be heard and why they aren't weighing in since they are part of this municipality. I agree wholeheartedly, and maybe even more so than Member Constant. We need to invest in dark spots. An area that is experiencing blight or trouble, absolutely we should be putting resources in that area, shining a bright light on it. Example from my hometown in Florida, in St. Petersburg, there was a very depressed neighborhood downtown and area, and they put a baseball stadium in there. And the way that looks today versus the way it looks 30 years ago is night and day. And I wholly believe that we should be investing in those areas. And I think also we all want what's better for Anchorage, and we realize what is for the common good, even though we may not directly benefit. And again, we need to work together. It shouldn't be, and one of the things that I notice about these members, we seem to be fighting each other a lot, when really we should be working together and how to align behind other district priorities and not just our own. It's all districts working together, alignment. My flashlight story, a dark room, 12 flashlights pointing all over the place. What would we like to see? We'd like to see all 12 flashlights pointing in one direction. What we'd really like to see is 11 of those flashlights turned off and one flashlight pointing in the right direction with 12 hands on it. I'm not sure what equitable investment looks like. I like the idea of most need. We all need investment across the districts, and that investment looks very different across the districts. We have in South Anchorage, we have water, sewer, fire needs, which some of the other districts don't have. And maybe that's where we need the investment, but others need different investment. We should be working strategically together to meet those needs, and that will change over time. as we address our priorities, those are no longer become priorities and other areas rise to the top of the pile. But I would like to see us together. I'm not sure if I'm in favor of this because I do think we've done a pretty good job with this in the past, and we do have a new administration that also seems to be prioritizing where I believe funds should go. We'll see. Still undecided. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Mr. Martinez.
Right on, Chair. Thank you. I'm going to just be very quick and to the point. With respect to this resolution, I'll be supporting it, and specifically because thank you to the administration for being clear with your receptiveness to this work and to the larger call about the proportional spending in the areas that have these greatest needs. And I want to put a little finger point on that, just for my colleagues, a particular educational moment. It has been described to us that there are at least a range of emotions around density, but let's just identify two of them that we've heard publicly. One, we don't want any. The other, we already had it. And so we don't want more, right? And the reason that folks who have had the past policies that created the dense areas, the reason that they don't want the areas to be more dense, or the reason that they feel negative about their experience with the previous conversations of density is primarily because the investments in those areas were never made. There were promises made in the corridors where density is. There were promises about sidewalks. There were promises about livability. There were promises about parks and destination that were never kept. And so when you live in those areas, you're like, we got the density without the good stuff. And if you live in the other areas, all you know is the good stuff doesn't come, but they get the density. And so there's a rub there. And so I just appreciate that the administration is working in a collaborative way. I do see an integrated opportunity to raise awareness around the investments and the promises that we need to deliver on to these corridors where we, by and large, have working families. And from my vantage point, this is what this particular resolution begins to articulate. And with the clarity of an administration that wants to move in that direction, I think it's case closed for me, and I'll be supporting this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Just very briefly, I wanted to note, so a couple of us brought up the census document. I read through this again pretty carefully, just to be super clear. It was talking about density. It uses the census tracts as an illustrative example, but it is not saying that we would need to use that particular thing. So I just want to be very clear, just before we vote, that it is not saying that we have to use that. And so there's downsides to using the census tract thing on its own, but that should be separated from the idea of using density because there's a lot of different ways to measure that. So I just want to make sure the record was clear. Thanks.
Mr. Littlefield, take us home.
Okay, I will do that. I just have a couple quick questions. One may be for Director Braniff. The policy of update scoring criteria, are we going to apply that to Eagle River Parks and Rec Board of Supervisors? I've been with that Board of Supervisors, working with them for almost 4 or 5 years, and I don't think this is a good point for those folks. If you could answer that, and then I have a follow-up I can't share.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you, Member Littlefield, and through the chair. I think, one thing that we've discovered in recent months through our Board of Supervisors meeting is that the board in the Chugach Eagle River service area doesn't have an appetite for this sort of scoring criteria. I think their preference on a community or board level is to provide the guidance themselves. Of course, it's structured quite differently out there. The members represent the community councils, are appointed directly. And I think part of being good public servants is understanding what the community wants in the service area and trying to be responsive to that if it fits basically within the structure that we're in.
Okay, that makes sense. And I'm really concerned about on page 1, line 22, when you distribute the money for Parks and Rec, unless it's an area-wide bond and there's a Parks and Rec project out in Eagle River, It's not going to be distributed equally among the 6 legislative districts. It'll be 5. Our CIP program out there in Eagle River is a standalone program, so I don't know. This does apply to all of this, the 5 in Anchorage and the Bowl area. It really doesn't apply to us.
That's correct, or at least my understanding of it. And I appreciate you saying that because it gives me an opportunity to add on to my previous answer that the Eagle River, Chugach Eagle River Parks and Rec service area isn't bonding annually. The capital budget is built into the budget automatically, whereas here at Anchorage, the bonding is necessary for us to fund capital projects.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, anyone else? On the amended version, AR 2024-323, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
No.
On a vote of 9-2, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-323 as amended has passed the body. Next, we have item 11B. 11B is Information Memorandum AM 167-2024, Internal Audit Report 2024-06, Annual Municipal Procurement Card Review. No motion pending. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to approve.
I think it's accept.
Yes.
Move to accept by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Ms. Salatil. I don't think any discussion.
If I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Municipal Audit Committee reviewed this audit at the request of the body in November. I wasn't at the meeting, but listened to the recording. Internal Audit Director Thurn gave a review of the audit and a discussion on the issue of split purchases and the possibility of future policy changes and exploration. If anyone has a question about the audit, although I don't see him here, it would be directed to Mr. Thurn. Otherwise, I suggest we accept this and move on.
I will note that Mr. Thurn is on a very special personal adventure right now and is not with us, but I can add that a scenario, it's already done, a scenario similar to the circumstances that was in the review happened again, but this time, because this conversation has been ongoing, front-loaded it off to Mr. Falsey and the team, and a workaround occurred, which means there won't be a repeat of the same issue, and we're working to boil that into a process. So it's worked again since then. So any further discussion on this item? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Salatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AM 167-2024 has passed the body. All right, 11C, AO 2024-125, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to submit a ballot proposition at the April 1, 2025 regular election to qualified voters of the municipality, a charter amendment to change terms of elected officials, assembly, school board, mayor, and elected service area supervisory boards to 4 years, and the question whether to hold regular municipal elections in November in even years.
Wavered.
Thank you. So this item was continued from 12/17/2024, and it postponed again on the 1/7/2025. No motion pending. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Move to approve.
Second on the postpone indefinitely.
Okay, so the first motion that was seconded was a motion to postpone indefinitely. That was moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will say I appreciate the sponsors for bringing this idea forward. I thought it was really interesting. And, several of the elements that they highlighted. But I think where I'm at on this is that it would just, the implementation of this would be so challenging for the clerk's office. And I know that the clerk did circulate some answers to questions. And for me, I'm not sure that this would be a good solution. As somebody who ran in a special election, there was a lot of confusion during my race. And I know that there were, mine had several components that made it kind of weird. But I remember door knocking, and I would be telling people I was running for the assembly, and they would say, oh, I already filled out that ballot. It had like 50 people on it. And what they were referencing was the special election when former Congressman Young passed away, and there was like a ton of people on that ballot. And they said, oh no, you're going to be getting another ballot from the municipality. And so I think having our local elections separate from the other elections, it's just more clear in people's minds, and it gives them a little more space to evaluate what's going on nationally versus what's important to them. Potholes and snow removal, all the local stuff. So again, I appreciate the members for bringing forward maybe a creative idea, but I don't see it as a productive path forward. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just some brief comments. I'm hopeful that we can get through this item fairly quickly without belaboring it, but I did want to share a little bit of my framework for discussing ballot proposition items, which is why I got into the queue. So for my part, I always view ballot propositions with two lenses. Is this something that we should or need to send to the voters? And would this do harm to our system of government or the community? And for me, if you get a yes and a no, or no with an asterisk from me, then you have my support for it to go to the voters for consideration on the ballot. I've used that consistently over the years. So let's go through this ballot proposition with those two questions. Answer the first question is obviously yes. To achieve the goals, you would need to send it to the voters. That's not difficult. That's just a matter of fact. Answer to the second question, though, is also a yes. I believe that this ballot proposition would do harm to our system of government or the community for several reasons. Combining our elections is just a logistical nightmare and impractical. Local elections deserve the ability to shine on their own, which is why most other jurisdictions in the state, local jurisdictions, use either April or more commonly October for their local elections. And then last, changing of term limits from 3 to 4 years would make it even more difficult for your average resident to decide to run from 3 to 4, to run for office. It's already difficult enough to find folks who are interested in running right now. I think if you put it to 4 years, it would just make it even more difficult. So for all those reasons, again, going back to my lenses and my criteria, this proposition does not pass my test, and I do not support putting on the ballot, and I will be voting yes on this motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I'll agree with Member Rivera. Let's go through this quickly. I probably didn't expect this to pass, and I'm hoping it's the beginning of an idea, because who wouldn't want to cut the cost of our elections in half, and who wouldn't want to increase our voter turnout by potentially 40% to 100%, going from roughly 30% to 42 or 61% voter turnout. That's huge, and we hear from more of our constituents, more of our registered voters. I will admit the mechanism that gets us a bit clunky. What has to go to the ballot essentially is moving to an even term, whether it's 2 or 4 years. I chose 4 for a variety of reasons. Maybe 2 is more palatable, but to me, and hopefully that'll come forward at some point, is a no-brainer, that we can then have half as many elections at any time of the year or opposite the federal and state elections, and we see a money savings there as well. The other part, I agree, is very difficult because of the different election methods, and I will point out just that we do see people like judges that are on the ballot that don't campaign, don't raise funds, yet we vote for them every year. So I think the assembly members would still receive that vote, although there would be competition with everyone trying to suck the air out of the room for donations as well as time to get their issues across. So I'll leave it there. I hope this is planting seeds with those that will vote no. on how this could come back in the future as a better ordinance. Again, because I think if you had asked those two questions on cost, turnout, I think and hope we would all be in favor of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soul. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start by saying I am not inclined to support putting this on the ballot. I think for reasons that have been already articulated by others. But that being said, I am going to vote against the motion to postpone, even though I don't think this ordinance is one that I would vote in favor of, simply because I believe in giving some deference to Member Salt for the efforts he put into crafting this, and would have preferred to give him the first opportunity to move and speak to it. And that is a courtesy that I would extend to any member of this body. I understand there's nothing procedurally incorrect about what happened here, but it's not the way I personally prefer to conduct business. So that's where I stand.
Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I hear Mr. Johnson's comments about having a debate. I think, I guess I would be in favor, excuse me, of postponing this, because I think if we're going to take up an idea like this, it needs more work. And I'm going to repeat a couple of the things I said in the work session. One is that anything that goes to voters, we need to make sure works. That is our responsibility, and working with the other half of the institution that needs to implement it. So that's one. I think we've raised a lot of implementation challenges. The second one is I think we need to, if this is coming back, or we continue pursuing this idea after we postpone this particular item, I would like to see a serious consideration then of moving our fiscal year. Because I think, as I raised in the work session, it would be challenging to swear in a new mayor on January 2nd and hand that person and their staff a budget that they had no part of implementing, probably a lot of carryover items to deal with. And that's just a hard thing. I think also, the reality is that if we aligned specifically with November, that holding our elections, meaning the November election, most of the campaigning would happen in October and November. That's right now our budget development season. So you'd have a number of members who would work on a budget that they may not ultimately vote on. You'd have other members that are taking up amendments that they have not heard of before, that they are brand new to. And in addition to that, there's a real risk that elections would be completely, or I should say the budget cycle would be completely politicized. And I'm going to point to one example that we had this May during the mayor's election, where we fixed a technical correction in our budget, and pretty much in real time, the person running for mayor at that time, who was in the seat, went out and made that into a campaign issue and completely misrepresented what had happened. And so I would expect a lot more of that to happen in our entire regular budget season. And so I have serious concerns about this, but if we opened up the idea of also changing the fiscal year, which again has a great deal of implementation cost, but I think would need to be paired with this idea in order to be realistic. And of course, our fiscal year doesn't match our school district. It doesn't match the state. So there's, plenty of other examples. It doesn't match the federal fiscal year. So I would support postponing this now. And if we want to take that up, then we need to take another step back and really consider the full calendar year implications of this. Because those are big concerns that I have based on my lived experience in this job right now.
All right, Mr. Bond.
Thank you. I think I'm actually going to make mine a point of information just so I can stay within our proper rules of order. And so I guess what I will ask Mr. Chair, so the governing procedures of the Anchorage Assembly are Robert's Rules of Order, and then we have sort of some of adaptations that we've made, right? Normal rules of practice.
Well, first it's the charter, then it's the code, then it's Robert's rules, and then if it's unclear, it's custom and by majority.
Okay, thank you. And so any members can add on their own preferred manners to the way that they do that, but is it also true, Mr. Chair, that if somebody wanted to support someone's right to move their item, they can also second that mover? Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it true that someone seconding a motion does not necessarily imply that they support the motion but they can second for the purposes of discussion and debate.
Yeah, I think that the answer to all these questions is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Bookman, Member Bookman, you took your name out of the queue.
Yes, I don't believe my input is necessary on this.
Okay. All right, anyone else? The question before us is a motion to postpone indefinitely. This is AO 2024-125. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
No.
On a vote of 7-4 and the youth member votes
No.
no, AO 2024-125 has been postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 11D. 11D is AR 2024-397, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,455,351.93 of taxes collected above the 2024 tax increase limitation of the area-wide general operating fund 101000 as a transfer to the area-wide general capital improvement projects fund 401800 to pay for the Roger Hickle Contracting Inc. legal settlement within the maintenance and operations department. There is no motion pending. Let's roll the body.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Bond. I recognize, who was it? Mr. Salt, I'm sorry. Mr. Salt, second. I recognize that exasperated look, Mr. Rivera. You have the floor.
Well, I'll just repeat what I whispered. Let's just get it done. Thanks.
It's already done. I think there might be someone on the phone. Ms. Salatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a few things to say, and I'm going to say them because I wasn't here when the decision to approve the settlement came before the body. I'm not voting for this for a couple of reasons. I don't think we should have settled this. I understand this is just the carry-on of agreeing to settle and getting a settlement in a chapter we'd all like to put behind us. But frankly, we're going to be paying $2.45 million for something that should have never happened and for gross malfeasance by the prior administration. And I think maybe a little lack of due diligence by them in terms of even reaching a settlement as to what did Roger Hickle Contracting do to mitigate its damages? What did they do to dispose of product purchased? What did they do to make sure that they weren't just fully recouping costs without making an effort on their own? And I never saw that information. I didn't see really an in-depth questioning of how this number came to be. I knew there would always be some payment if we were settling. And frankly, we're still left holding the bag with an incomplete construction site. So I can't support this for the reasons I've stated, but I'm sure it will go forward today so that we will pay our obligation. But I think this is, what is that saying? Good money after bad. That's where we're at. So it's a very unfortunate set of circumstances that lead to having to make this decision today. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate and echo most of what Member Zalatel said. I do support this, and partly because I remember why we're doing this and who you could argue is at fault. There was also physical work done, so I also want to make sure that that we, again, not our responsibility, but that there was work done, meaning physical work, site work. So I want to make sure that the folks who ultimately did that work got paid. And I'm hoping that there's some kind of through line or that they were already paid. Obviously, this is a payment to the general contractor. And the other observation I'll make is $2.4 million is, according to our cost of prior elections, about at least 3 regular elections. So the money that we could have been using for paying for the next 3 years worth of elections is going out the door in this settlement. And I hope the community remembers who's responsible for this. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to, just for the record, as one of the people who voted against doing the settlement in the first place, I would love to hear from the administration, whether it's the municipal manager, whether it's the municipal attorney, of just contextualize this particular appropriation, because now this is just the appropriation, but if you would contextualize it for us, it would be great. Thank you.
Happily, through the chair to Member Martinez, and I'll ask Director Browse to come. That's what we were just chatting about, to discuss what this actually is in terms of this appropriation item.
Through the chair to Member Martinez and to the rest of the body, thank you for the question. It's actually very important. I understand the backstory of the process of this settlement. While I was not here with you while you lived through that, I know that it was challenging. This is actually a really good thing, because this is us taking back the money that we collected outside the tax cap to pay for the settlement and putting it back into the capital fund. So all this is doing is taking the money that is being recouped from the settlement, putting it into the capital fund. This $2.4 million has been appropriated in the 2025 budget as part of the budget process. So it's not a second payment. The payment was already made a year ago plus, or whenever that may have been. And this is us making sure that we do not lose this $2.4 million in collection to fund balance.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Browse. It's always tough medicine. I think that it would be worth noting somewhere in our portal of records that twice a contract has been allowed around the assembly approval process, and at least the knowledge that I have at this scale, and same contractor, and we should probably keep a close eye on that in the future. And with that, members, if there's no one else.
Oh, I have to get back in the queue, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Alto.
Yeah, just really briefly, I appreciate the contextualization, as Mr. Martinez put it, from Ms. Browse. I have to say, though, the only reason we have this money is because we taxed above the cap for it. And this is taxpayer money to ultimately pay ourselves back, or pay back the capital fund. So this ultimately came out of taxpayers' pockets. So I didn't want to lose sight of that. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Mr. Rivera? No? Okay, I'm seeing hearing none. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatil?
No.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10 to 1 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-397 has passed the body. So the next two items are unique. I think that we're going to take them both up as one item to kind of just get through them pretty straightforward. It's an unusual motion. The motion is to amend something previously adopted. On both of these items, it was inadvertently left off the cost per $100,000 per taxpayer for the initiative should it pass. And so there are substitute versions for both of these items in your packets, and they were published last week, so everybody had a chance to get it. And so the motion that I'll be asking for is a motion to amend both 12A and 12B as previously adopted by substituting the S version. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. Right, so I have a motion by Mr. Rivera and a second by Mr. Voland. And so to the members, it's a very unusual motion. We don't use it often. It can only be used if no effective action of the item and the effective date have passed. And so both of those conditions, or one of those conditions is true. Neither of them have had any specific action taken within them. Thus, they are eligible for this motion. So is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatil?
Yeah.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, both 12A and 12B have been amended to approve the substitute versions. So that would be the AO 2024-131S and AO 2024-132S. Okay. I think before we dive into actually, why don't we take care of 13B and C, and then we'll take just a brief break and finish the last major hurdle. So item 13B is AO 2024-129, ordinance submitting for the qualified voters residing in the Birch Tree Elmore Limited Road Service Area at the regular municipal election on April 1, 2025, a ballot proposition to de-annex lots 1 and 16 to Elmore subdivision according to Plat P-635. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is open again. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Salatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2024-129 has passed the body. Next we have item 13C, resolution AR 2024-412, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating fund balance in an amount not to exceed $94,851 from the area-wide general fund 101-000-665,447 from operating projects committed general fund 190,000 and $43,307 from alcohol beverage retail sales tax fund 206,000 to the respective funds in 2025 for continuation of previously appropriated project purposes. Public hearing on this item is now open. Again, anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Boland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
Member Salatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AR 2024-412 has passed the body. Now we will go ahead and take just a quick 5-minute break, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to dive on into the next part of our agenda, public hearing items for tonight. All right, so next up we have item 14A. 14A is an ordinance authorizing, AO 2024-123, an ordinance authorizing the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Water, Wastewater Utility, AWU, and the municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Hydropower to execute and enter into 3 agreements pertaining to the municipal water supply and the Equipment Hydroelectric Project Fish and Wildlife Program. Public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Zalatel.
Move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 11th.
Second.
So there's a motion to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 11th, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Boland. Is there any discussion? Ms. Zalatel?
I'd like to state the reason why, please.
Say that again.
I'd like to state the reason why.
Yeah.
For the postponement?
Yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you. So the reason for this postponement is that the parties, Chugach Electric and MEA, continue to work on settlement conversations. And so this gives time for those conversations to continue. And hopefully we'll either be able to take action on the 11th or have an update at that time. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thanks. And I support the postponement. I understand this is an evolving issue. I guess given the stack of paper that we were given, I would like additional briefings on what this is. And really, I think the last time we probably heard about the implications of this was several months ago. So if it needs to be executive session, that's fine. I just would like an update at some point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And the stack of papers, this item has kind of been continuing along for quite a while. And if the settlement talks continue apace and we get to a place of mutual agreement between the municipality and the electric utilities, then in some ways these issues will be ready for briefing and it will be an easier conversation to have. It's just, it's still preliminary. So, all right, anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote. The motion is to postpone, or excuse me, to continue the public hearing to the meeting of February 11th.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2024-129 has been continued to the meeting of February. Wait, I got that wrong. I'm on the wrong page. Sorry. On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes yes. AO 2024-123 has been postponed to the meeting of 2/11. Next, we have item 14B. 14B is AO 2025-17, an ordinance to the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters, Municipality of Anchorage, a ballot proposition amending the Home Rule Charter to require a single application for our municipal benefits and assistance programs. Public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Zalatel?
Move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Ms. Zalatel moves to postpone indefinitely. Mr. Rivera seconds. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. As I explained at the work session, there is a separate ordinance that is introduced on the agenda that will come before us to look at implementing a single application through ordinance. This is actually one of the items contained in the next package of charter corrections and amendments. And as I explained at the work session, that will get a referral. It would be really cool if a single application for all municipal benefits was in our Bill of Rights as a municipality, but that's a question for another day. So for now, really happy to have been able to take a look at this issue. Want to thank folks for support. There should have been one or two AIMs, one from Access Alaska and one from the Alaska Black Caucus. But we'll get into a deeper conversation about this, really to kind of continue the work from the work session when we come back to it on, I believe, on the 11th. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote. Motion is postponed indefinitely.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2025-17 has been postponed indefinitely. Next, we have item 14C. 14C is AO 2025-18, an ordinance to the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters, the Municipality of Anchorage, a ballot proposition amending the Home Rule Charter to update the charter text with corrections for grammar and legal rulings and ensure efficient government. The public hearing on this item is now open. Ms. Zalatel?
I move to refer this to the Quality Services Committee.
Second.
So there's a motion to refer to the Quality Municipal Services Committee, moved by Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Boland. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. So working with both the Municipal Attorney's Office, Legal Counsel, and doing some polling of departments, this is really a preliminary tick list of the various charter cleanup that is kind of waiting in the wings. And so wanting to send this over to Mr. Rivera's committee to discuss what are the options for taking a look at this kind of set of charter changes, and really letting this be a to-do list, and having spoken with Mr. Rivera, knowing that you can explore a number of tools. Ballot propositions is one way. There's also the option of a charter commission. There are just lots of different ways to approach these, and not every cleanup should maybe be approached in the same way. But really happy to have compiled this list. I want to thank Council in particular for pulling this together. A lot of these are ones that they've kind of been waiting in the wings for to possibly tackle, and so hopefully this can be a collaborative effort through that committee with the administration moving forward. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you. I guess question and comment. I'll start with question. So I can't quite recall how this works, so I'll possibly ask the clerk. So we've used this referral method to refer items to committees in the past. Do we also have to include a date where this would come back to the Assembly?
It doesn't necessarily need to have a date, but it would be ideal if it had an action tied to it, such as a recommendation, so that when the recommendation happened, then that would trigger it to come back to the body to choose whether or not to take action on that recommendation.
Okay. For myself, I prefer the latter suggestion. of sending it to the committee to formulate a recommendation, and then that recommendation will promulgate whatever comes back to the body. I appreciate the Vice Chair bringing this forward. I've long thought that we should take a hard look at the charter to bring it up to date. I have some ideas myself and happy to bring this to the Quality Municipal Services and Ethics and Elections Committee for more investigation. Just as a point of reference, that won't be until the February 26th meeting. So the earliest you would get any recommendations would be in March, but probably not even by then. Thanks.
Is there any objection to the mover that we add the language relating to, with a recommendation, to formulate a recommendation?
Happy to take the clerk's advice. Thank you.
So amended then to refer to the Quality Municipal Services Elections, Ethics and Elections Committee to formulate a recommendation. Any further discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-18 has been referred for recommendation to the Quality Municipal Services Ethics and Elections Committee. All right, takes care of that for the night. Next, we have item 14D. 14D is AO 2025-1, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in Birch Tree, Elmore Limited Road Service Area at the regular municipal election on April 1, 2025. A ballot proposition to annex Lot 6-18, Block 2, Lots 9-13, Block 3, Equestrian Heights Subdivision, according to Plat 87-14, thereof into the Birch Tree, Elmore, Lursa, and amend the Birch Tree, Elmore, Lursa boundaries of the municipal code. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Johnson, seconded by Mr. Voland. Any discussion on the matter? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-1 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14E, which is AO 2025-7, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters residing in the Chugiak, Birchwood, Eagle River Rural Road Service Area Subursa at the regular municipal election on April 1, 2025, a ballot proposition to provide a maximum mill levy of 2.40 mills for the Subursa for road and drainage maintenance.
Waverly.
Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Welcome, Ms. Kennedy. Are you speaking on your own behalf or Subursa? Okay, you want 5 minutes? You got it. So welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 5 minutes. Press the green tape. There you go. You're good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Assembly members. I appreciate being here on this side of the microphone. It's been a while, but anyway, I'm Crystal Kennedy, and I am the Eagle River Valley Community Council representative to the Chugiak Birchwood Eagle River Rural Road Service Area Board of Supervisors. So, oh my gosh, take a breath. And really, I'm just here mostly to answer any questions or explain anything else to this initiative. The board spent several months talking about whether or not we wanted to do this. Taxes are not a great thing to talk about in the Chugiak Eagle River area, but we are in a place where we really do require some flexibility in how we budget, considering what's happening to costs, considering the kinds of weather conditions we've had over the past couple of years. It was bad enough having Snowmageddon last year. This year we have Ice-mageddon, I guess. But anyway, we did come to the conclusion that we wanted to, we passed a resolution unanimously to see if we could put an initiative on the ballot to see if our taxpayers would agree to raising our mill rate cap. We are not really interested in going to that cap with our next budget or in anything in the near foreseeable future. But we've lived with this cap for almost 35 years, and we're hoping that with that a little bit of additional raise in that cap, that we can live another 35 years with that. And typically, we have kept our our amount of our budget well below our cap for many, many years. But considering we are looking at a new contract that has a 24% cost increase, we know that there's kind of a little bit of the writing on the wall, and we'd like to be prepared for that. We don't want to be caught short. One of the things that we get a lot of compliments about in our community is how well our roads get cleared for snow and occasional avalanches and earthquake damage. So we kind of want to continue to provide that level of service. And we don't want to have to cut back on anything, but of course, we may end up doing that should a contract with a 24% increase start to become the norm for us. So we're asking for this 2.4 level to above the 2.1 that we currently have. And we will just have to go out and do our best to let our community councils, well, all of us have presented this to our community councils. I should have started with that. And now it'll just be a matter of trying to explain this to a community that in some cases don't even know they have their own road board that they pay their own taxes for, because we don't bond for anything. We do everything out of the taxes that basically our community has approved way back. So anyway, any other questions, I'm happy to answer them, but I would just say that yes, we support putting this on the ballot. Thank you.
Right, I do think I have one question for you, Ms. Brawley.
Yeah, thank you. And I know we didn't overlap on this body, but I appreciate your service. I remember when you were here. So my question is really because we don't really have, I don't live in Eagle River, and we don't have a lot of visibility into kind of how, as you mentioned, cost increases. I'm just curious, in addition to what you mentioned, the contract that could increase over time, what do you have a rough percentage or just some kind of idea of what your cost increases have been over the last few years? Have you seen a big spike, or is it just kind of a steady increase? And following up offline is fine as well. Thanks.
Oh, got to put it again, push it again. Thank you. We have basically operated under the same contract for the last 3 years now, 4 years, 3 years, 3. It's just that with this new contract coming up, they gave us a 24% across the board increase in our costs. And we're hoping that there is an amendment to our current contract, which we might be able to put that cost increase off for another year, but we're waiting to see legally, there's some language in there that caused some confusion, so they're trying to work through that to find out where we really stand with when we might have to implement this new contract. So again, if we put this on the ballot and get it approved, it will allow us that flexibility that we need to make sure that our budget will stay under that tax cap, but we will continue to provide the status quo services that we've been doing for years. So
thanks very much.
Thank you.
Right, anyone else? I think that's it. All right, anyone else from the public wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none. Public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Littlefield, seconded by Mr. Boland. Any discussion on the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zellatil?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
And a vote of 11 to 0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. AO 2025-7 has passed the body. Next, we have AO 2025-9. Item 14F, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters in municipality of Anchorage, a question of issuance of not to exceed $33,700,000 of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of roads, storm drainage, capital improvements in the Anchorage road and drainage service area, and the question of an increase in the municipal tax cap limitation to pay associated operation and maintenance costs in the Anchorage roads and drainage service area. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Rowland. Any discussion? Always baffles me when $33,700,000 gets spent and no one testifies. Okay, then, oh wait, I do see someone, Ms. Brawley.
Move to approve. Second. Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Rowland. Any discussion? Always baffles me when $33,700,000 gets spent and no one testifies. Okay, then, oh wait, I do see someone, Ms. Brawley.
I'll just comment, we've had a lot of discussion about drainage. I know we call this the road bond, but it's really also the drainage bond. And I look forward to someday having other sources of revenue, such as collecting through the stormwater utility, so we could pay for some of these needed drainage projects. But in the meantime, this is a good list. Thank you.
Ms. Alato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, this bond is the main event. Being someone who represents Midtown, the storm drainage, capital improvements, and Anchorage roads, as I like to say, Midtown, you can't avoid us. This is the money that pays to keep those roads going. I know there's tension and ongoing conversation about limited road service areas and ARTSA, and I hope that it'll be after my time on this body, but that conversation can continue. $33.7 million is a lot of money, but it is really only a fraction of the deferred maintenance we have around roads and storm drainage. And I'm really hoping that by this time next year, you all are also talking seriously about a stormwater utility as another source of revenue to really take on a lot of these repairs. So really appreciative of the list and the collaborative nature on the projects in Midtown. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zelatil?
Yes.
Member Stoltz?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-9 has passed the body. Next we have item 14G, which is AO 2025-10, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $8,250,000 general obligation bonds to the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of constructing, renovating, equipping park trail and recreational facilities, capital improvements in the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Service area, and the question of an increase of the municipal tax cap limitation
Wait, ready?
associated. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? All right, come on forward, folks. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Begich. Thank you all very much. I just first want to say thank you for putting this item, the Parks Bond in total, in your capital budget you approved last year, and now bringing it forward for hopefully voter approval. I want to just give you some reassurance, on this. I'm a big fan of the Town Square addition. As you know, the Parks Bonds have passed year after year for more than a decade very successfully. They've been around $4 million, so that amount stays still within this. It's been added to. But as a person who understands politics, I wanted to kind of test this to see where it fit. I paid out of my own pocket 2 polls to see how do people like this size of bond. We polled in October with a lower number, your original amount you had in your capital budget, about $7.3 million. 55.8% of people supported the bond. We just wrote it just the way the bond was written, with 34% opposed. We did this again recently in the latter part of here in January, about 10 days ago. Both these were large sample sizes, over 600 people, Anchorage-wide. 56% supported the newer number that you have up tonight of 8.2 million. I think the town square is a critical piece of our downtown of revitalization. I will tell you, when you think of the thousands of people that stop in front of Egan Center to get out, to visit our great city, they look across the street, and I will tell you, I won't use the phrases I've used with some of you privately, but it's a mess. Town square has to be revitalized. It's not been had significant investment in almost 30 years since it was there. I can tell you the days. I worked for a young mayor back then, Mayor Knowles, when it was being developed. So I know the history of the park and what was done and what controversies went along with it. But it's a new generation of opportunity here. It's not a safe park. People do not go there any longer as it used to be. Even when you watch visitors, they'll walk up to the flowers in the front end. They will not go necessarily deep into the park. There are some improvements. The mayor, I know, has done an excellent job in preparing a document that prepares and talks about the type of investment. lighting, getting those hills shaved down. 60% of the trees that are in there, I had an intern that I utilize, are invasive trees. We shouldn't even have them in there. It's amazing. Our own city has trees that should be ripped out. We tell people on ads to get rid of these types of trees. The park has a need for lighting, new development to a new design, but also it's an economic driver. It's the first impression you see. It also has an incredible asset next to it, the Performing Arts Center. This is almost the front door to the Performing Arts Center. But if you watch how people exit, if you've ever been there, they go off to the side, they don't walk through the park. Me, I walk through the park, but people will not do it. So I hope that you'll support this bond. You can count on me doing whatever I can in the public sector and the private sector to help raise the money to help support the bond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Leave it on.
Does it go off?
Leave it on. There's a bunch of people behind you. Welcome. Please state your name. Are you speaking on your behalf of the Community Council?
I'm speaking on behalf of Turnagain Community Council.
All right. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. We'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor, Chair, and members of the Assembly, I'm Kathy Gleason, currently serving as President of Turnagain Community Council, and I'm here to discuss the Parks and Rec bond that has a pretty high-profile project, and it's the one that is the most expensive in terms of all the projects on this bond, and that's the Fish Creek Trail to Ocean, $1.3 million, or if you go by other documents, it's called Fish Creek Trail Connection. I happen to be a founding member of the Fish Creek Trail to Ocean, representing the council about 10 years ago when we started talking about this project and hoping we could find a good way to open up that area that had been informal trail user amenity for decades until some fencing went up during an AWW project. So we said, we got to open this back up and we've got to get a trail in there. And so I was happy to support that and get that generated to a more appropriate level that the Community Council has supported now for a couple of years. We passed a resolution. Anna Brawley was our president at that time. And we also passed a comment letter requesting an environmental assessment be required as part of this project instead of a categorical exclusion, because this area has some really high value wildlife amenities. It's a whole ecosystem outside of the actual boundaries of Fish Creek Estuary. A lot of bird habitat on the wetlands, the mudflats, etc. So we did pass this resolution and this letter, but we had some conditions that we wanted followed as part of our approval back 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago now. Unfortunately, through this process that we have been heavily engaged in now, we're not making any traction as far as our conditions. And one of them is to have an environmental assessment be done for this project. We looked at all the alternatives that the project team came up with. We evaluated them. We had multiple land use committees. We had discussion about this as far as, and also on our general membership agendas several times. We just really want to collaborate with the project team and other supporters of the trail project, because we want this to be a great amenity for our community, for trail users in this really beautiful area of Turnagain. But we also want it to be a good project for our neighborhood. And we don't think that there should be any problems achieving both of those goals. So we hope that with your support, because I hope you do pass this evening. And as former Mayor Begich said, if polling looks good, then the bond will pass on April 1st. But in the meantime, we want our community to be a collaborator with other supporters and the project team so that we can all be proud of this trail and minimize impacts to those who live in this specific area,
minimize vegetation removal. This is a beautiful wooded area, real high traffic for wildlife. And so we appreciate all your support, and anyone who wants to jump up and continue to work with the community council so that we can have a good trail for all of our areas. We would really appreciate it. And I do want to thank Anna Brawley for, I know she's exchanged emails with John Isaacs, who is our co-land use chair and also a board member. And we've worked pretty hard on this. So we want to see the trail project done, funded, but we want to see the right project done and funded. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Cody Costello. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer of Alaska Center for the Performing Arts and General Manager for Broadway, Alaska. The PAC and Town Square Park and downtown are all very linked and play an important role for the community. The conditions in Town Square Park, however, have become very dangerous and detrimental to business, including our business and many of the surrounding businesses in downtown. From employees and volunteers to our patrons and artists, now safety is our number one concern as a facility in downtown Anchorage. We've had employees and touring artists assaulted, unmeasurable damage and vandalism to this municipal facility that we manage, operate, and maintain. And it's resulted in out-of-control private security costs, hemorrhaging of operating dollars to repair broken windows, remove graffiti, human waste, and drug paraphernalia around the building, and increasing insurance premiums, and that's a huge deterrent from our work to bring world-class events to our community. It directly impacts our patrons, volunteers, workers, and artists' desire or willingness to come to the PAC, not to mention the growing liability that it has become for all of us, including loss of business like Kaladi Brothers moving out of our building after 18 years. The bond proposed tonight will start us on a path to bring public safety to the park so that it can effectively be managed and supported in the park and surrounding areas. Cities change and evolve, and so must Town Square Park. Downtown belongs to all of us, a vibrant and safe and active park, one that inspires connection, gathering, and engagement with one another is what we all want. A space that fosters creativity and healthy activities. The proposed work that would be funded by this bond will start us on a path to revitalize this area in our beloved downtown and once again be a safe gathering space for all of Anchorage, visitors from around the state, our country, and the world to enjoy. And once again, Town Square Park will be a signature element and feature of our community and not a place to be avoided or feared. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Radhika Krishna. I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Partnership, and I'm really here to really support everything that Cody has shared. We've heard so many stories and experienced firsthand just the burgeoning issues and huge costs that safety issues in the park create. I just want to say I was part of the original Town Square Park master plan process in 2017. That's a long time ago now. At that point, we funded a small portion, less than $1 million, out of what was then estimated to be around a $6 million total project budget. Those project costs have only gone up. I won't speak for Parks and Rec, but I understand project costs are like 30% or more up from 2019. And so the more we delay when we know that we have a park project that we want to do, that we need to invest in, the costs are only going up for us, right? And I think that you've also received some safety data from the park this last year, and those police call numbers that are hugely up this last year over previous years also represent a cost, as do the vandalism that the PAC has to pay for that insurance doesn't cover. And a lot of these are design things, loose pavers that get thrown through the PAC's windows, bottlenecks at the edges of the park. I really do think that design changes at the park will create more safety. I have been at meetings where business owners across the street have told me that somebody has scaled 2 stories to steal something out of their patio and taken it to the park. I've talked to business owners who tell their employees not to walk through the park. I hope you know that, it's hard for me to say these things. I try not to because we want people to come downtown. We want people to think of downtown as a place to celebrate, a place that's safe to come. I'm here saying these things because sometimes we need to really make clear that change is needed and investment is needed. The last thing I want to share is that I'm not just here to support this in words, like ADP is here to support this with our time and our resources. We're going to continue doing events in the park. We're going to meet with the PAC and with Parks and Rec next week to talk about how we can create a summer schedule of events with the resources that we have and to bring more people in because Town Square Park is designed for large-scale events, and if we're only doing 10 events a year, then we're not using the park to the best of its abilities. So we're here to be along for this journey through every step of the way, both this year and for the next 10 years. So thank you, and I hope you'll support this.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on.
Hi, my name's Harrison Smith. I live in the Fairview neighborhood. I'm just speaking for myself. So I wanted to speak also on the issue of Town Square Park. Like many, I am one who enjoys it. I've seen the conditions that have been described. I understand the circumstances. And if the plan is to invest and support and revitalize the park, I am in support. The place where that I'm concerned is if the plan involves removal of trees, involves replacing green space with concrete, removal of the terrain, I would hope you would reconsider. Some of these elements are very rare in our downtown space. We don't have much in the way of trees, and we're losing them. And even if they are invasive, even if they're not what should have been planted there in the first place, I would add to the green space as opposed to take away from it. I'm concerned that if we go too far down this road of removing green amenities, that we won't accomplish what we set out to. In fact, we will make it unpleasant for all parties involved. And it's a cherished space to me. I don't believe you can make it inhospitable to one group and not to another. And so I would hope let's focus on what I know this assembly cares deeply about, which is getting people housed. Let's continue along that process, and so we don't end up going down a road we don't want to go down. Thank you. How do I turn this off?
I leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
Don't turn it off, please. Don't turn it off. Thank you. Leave it on. Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Jamie Lopez East, Anchorage, formerly homeless, formerly coalition. This is mostly unprepared remarks. I didn't have anything planned. I'm just listening to the speakers here, and we're kind of like dancing around the issue. People are talking about safety. People are talking about capital improvements, but really the issue is the growing amount of unsheltered that are in town that do not have places to go. And so naturally people congregate within Town Square, and the issue is growing all around town. And so while people are considering revitalization of parks and trails and things of this nature, these are immeasurably linked with the unsheltered population, which is growing all around town, that do not have places to go. And so permanent supportive housing is not growing fast enough. The numbers for HMIS are not accurate in any particular way. Obviously, the reports that are being put out there said that there were 475 homeless people unsheltered as of August 31st when I was feeding 350. So apparently I was feeding 74% of the unsheltered in town. And I could only get to Midtown, and I could only get to Mountain View, and I couldn't get to others. Well, actually, no, I was getting to a few other places. But the general point is you have to address the underlying thing. Well, you had AR 2023-188 S1, which was to propose 6 sites around town where you were going to have places for people to go and offer people free Wi-Fi, free electricity, potable water, sanitation, pallet houses, food harm reduction, and essentially it passed. The pilot project was supposed to be National Archives Lot. But then, even though it was supposed to be July 17th, 2023 to September 1st, 2024, within 90 days, essentially, nothing was delivered. There was a security gate and a security guard and a single porta potty for that gentleman there. But people were abandoned and forgotten. And so now what happens is people abate, and then somebody goes 1 block east or 1 block west, and then you destabilize the people, you upset new business owners and new residential homeowners, and it just continues to shift and move around. Meanwhile, you're inducing cycles of trauma on the people that are already there, and immeasurably, when there are problems with the economy, more people fall into this trap, but less people are getting out. And so until you really address this underlying issue, you're basically throwing money to, fix the parks, and then things are happening, and then you continue to debate and shift people left, right, and center, but it's not really going to fix the problem. So thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Voland, seconded by Ms. Brawley. Mr. Voland.
I think we have a great list of projects here. I think we've heard compelling testimony on the importance of Town Square Park to our community. In my mind, it's sort of the one place, I know that some folks do value the green space in an urban context, but for me, it's sort of like our one version of, our European plaza, where people can hang out, have their lunch, mingle after a show, and it should really be an inviting, open space, and it's much in need of improvements. But there's a number of other projects that I'm delighted to see here as well in this list, including Fish Creek Trail, which I strongly support, and I'm glad that is moving forward. This body has passed multiple resolutions in support of that project. Improvements to Kincaid, the Midtown Park Chalet. Again, I'm a very strong supporter of that. As an avid ice skater, I would love there to be a warming station there. I do appreciate the thoughtful list here. I encourage my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Ms. Zalatel is next.
Thank you. I urge support of the Parks Fund. I thought long and hard about the project at Town Square. I support it. I had a great conversation with the mayor and her team. And what I took away from that conversation was a commitment to using the learnings from this summer and this year in Town Square so that those learnings could be extrapolated to other really prominent parks and public spaces in town. As we look to redevelop the Federal Archives site, continue to support getting a chalet at that Cuddy Park, really wanting to make sure there's this opportunity to take those learnings, do some planning, and really not just have this be a downtown effort. So I take the mayor's word at that. I think that's great. I think that there is a lot to be learned here. And I hope that there's broad outreach to stakeholders about Town Square and what Town Square will look like. I think one thing Town Square and Cuddy Park have in common is that it isn't really resident-driven. It's more business-driven or other use-driven, and I think it's going to be interesting to work hard to engage those resident stakeholders. I do want to take this moment, and this will be, I think, the only time I will bring this up. We've got to find an equitable way to do master planning for parks. This park has had a master plan. That is great. But not every park has had a master plan, and how a park tends to get a master plan is a mystery. And if a master plan is what drives investment, then we have to figure out an equitable way to get master plans into parks so that investment can also be spread across town and not just necessarily driven by CIP risk. And they can do that deeper planning and coordination. So I support this fund. Really excited about the Midtown Chalet, excited about the Fish Creek project. Want to note that there's an AMAT match on the Fish Creek project. So it is primarily a federally funded project, and this is our match. And so that, higher cost I'm comfortable with. And really excited to see what the administration can do with Town Square and what we can learn. Thank you.
Number of folks, thank you. Mr. President.
Yeah, thanks. Just quick, I want to thank the mayor for her leadership on this. I'm really excited about these bonds. I'm excited about the investment in our city. We need it more than ever. We've been through some really hard years and ready to see Town Square, ready to see the work on Fish Creek Trail. I mean, these are things that I think is going to spur some excitement in our city. So looking forward to this. I think it's going to pass significantly, and I'm looking forward to voting yes.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to extend my appreciation to the administration for also having a conversation with me about their intentionality with this particular bond and the future. Recognizing that from my vantage point, I also agree that Town Square downtown is part of the heartbeat of Anchorage, and what it feels like makes Anchorage feel a certain way or not. And when it feels good, Anchorage can feel good. When it doesn't feel good, it feels terrible. But that being said, my concern was, what about those promises that have been made? What about those areas of town, the Chanchnu Muldoon Park, which is our East Anchorage Town Square, for example? And I hear that commitment similar to what Member Zaltel mentioned, which is from the lessons learned, we're going to take them from this opportunity outward, knowing that we've also discussed tonight a commitment to proportionality when it comes to equitable investments in the areas around density and the parks. And so for me, all of these things converge well, and I like them. But I also wanted to just highlight, Mayor, to the extent that that I'll offer a critical lens here, which is, as a person who is a former member of the PAC, I was a former board member of the PAC. I thank Cody for being here. I recognize the importance of a bigger development strategy that is really a block strategy that takes into these assets. The park is included in this development strategy. But just to resonate with this point, we can put all the lipstick on a pig, but a pig is still a pig. And fundamentally, I'm saying that because if we don't have the clean and safety that is part of what we hope is in the downtown corridor with our community partners, if we can't get there with our community partners, then no amount of physical and structural improvements are going to be the sustaining driver. And so I want us to really be critical with and thoughtful about how we work with our community partners downtown, who even have been here testifying today. But I wanted to put a finer point on it because one thing about this annoys me, and so I wanted to just be transparent about it. One of the advocates for downtown that was presented tonight is the Downtown Partnership. One of the challenges that I had is this is a great project. But the Downtown Partnership was also a champion of a sales tax, which was looking for other great projects. And that to me is, if we're going to be focused on driving the investments, digging down, digging deep, then we need to all be on the same page. And so if there's a recalibration moment for what page we should be on, then let us start now with this particular page, with this particular investment, with the promises and the commitments to learn from here. But let us get all the community stakeholders to the table, because something ain't going right. We need to make sure we can bring up the programmatic and the investments in the area alongside the capital investments so that we can have a beautiful place, but also the programming that goes alive. Because I love Ziggy, but Ziggy alone with some paint is not making Town Square the destination we need it to be. And I believe we can work together to make this happen. And so I encourage that the community stakeholders who are investing in downtown have some degree of anticipation that I'm going to come aggressively to figure out how we can work together to bring downtown forward through the Community and Economic Development Committee, taking advantage of this
spotlight on downtown. Thank you, Mayor, for bringing this forward, and also to highlight in this park bond, we have some money for Centennial Park improvements. We have some money for Goose Lake improvements and money for Nunaka Valley North, which has long needed it, and those are in my district. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brawley.
Thanks. Just want to throw in a couple cents on Town Square Park as well. So downtown's been really my second home since I moved here. I used to live technically South Addition, but basically downtown. And then I worked there, and I still work there now, but I worked there full time for about 12 years. And so I spent a lot of time having lunch, as Mr. Rowland described, in Town Square. I went to a meeting about 10 years ago where the big debate was essentially, should we change anything about Town Square? Should we allow vendors? Should we change the physical design of it? And there was that was a pretty big fight 10 years ago. And I think I'm going to invoke the name of the Garden Club. I think that's really one of the reasons why it's taken so long to make any changes there. Not because those folks don't love the park as well, but there was just different visions for what it should look like. So I generally approach this job as I'm trying to fix problems and settle fights or help settle fights in this community. And I think us moving forward on a different design and a slightly different vision for Town Square, I think, is settling a big fight. So I just want to acknowledge that because it hasn't been brought up. And I know that there's still going to be a lot of discussion about what to use it for. The other thing that I haven't heard brought up is a really important use of that park that I've participated in and I've seen many others do over the years. And that is it's a place of civic engagement, and that's everything from, of course, our inaugurations and our official events that have happened there traditionally for a long time. It's also a place of protest and demonstration and citizens, residents showing up to make their voice heard directly to the government. And I think that's a really important function. And so I think it is important to have green spaces. It's important to have recreation, but I also want to acknowledge that that place in particular has very deep meaning and very deep significance to this city. And it is very important for us to protect that space for all the different uses that it has. So I'm very excited for that park to continue. And I hope that again, recognizing its significance as a civic space is held up as much as its economic development, its recreational, and its quality of life functions. So I look forward to supporting this bond. Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Chair. So I most likely will support this bond, even though there's no South Anchorage projects and South Anchorage will be helping pay for it. But again, it goes to the greater good of Anchorage and also the rest of Bellwether of letting the citizens of Anchorage decide, which I know parks are highly favored, and I expect this would pass with flying colors. I would also bring up, maybe for the administration's consideration, that if we're going to invest $2.9 million in Town Square Park, that we do look back at AO 2023-43 and how that impacts solar access for the park. I know there's no plan under that AO, but it's something just to be considered and take a look at. Thank you.
All right, so I don't see anyone else in the queue. If that's the case, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zelatil?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
yes.
Yes, AO 2025-10 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14H, which is AO 2025-11, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska. The question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,400,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of fire protection capital improvements in the Anchorage Fire Service area. The election to be held in the municipality April 1, 2025. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Mr. Boland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to speak to the item? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes. Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes. Is this 11? Yeah. AO 2025-11 has passed the body. Next we have item 14I, which is AO 2025-12, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3,400,000 of general obligation bonds of the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of public safety improvements, police, in the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service area at the election to be held municipality on April 1, 2025. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Boland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Anyone wish to discuss the matter? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes yes, AO 2025-12 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14J. 14J is AO 2025-13 as well as 13S, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $6,800,000 of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of community facilities capital improvement projects. Also, we have the question of the issuance of not to exceed $2,800,000 general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of senior center and libraries. So public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the S.
Second.
Moved.
Second.
S really is moved. The S version is moved by Ms. Brawley and seconded by, who was the second? Mr. Rivera. All right. Any discussion on the matter?
I'm in the queue.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Ms.
going to ask
Zalatel-
if the sponsor would speak to it.
Ms. Zalatel, go ahead.
Thank you. So 14J and 14K, the S versions work together. This is just a shift of which goes in which bond. It just pairs the senior center and library improvements together. We've had good luck and success with voters on that, and so that's $2.8 million. The remainder of those projects, which were all public safety centric, are moved to the public safety bond. So all the projects are there. The total amount remains the same between the two. It is just a reconfiguration of how they are presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think I personally have any major concerns about this myself since the project mix stays the same ultimately, but I just wanted to ask the administration if this change raises any concerns for them. And I kind of feel like maybe the people to whom I should be directing this question.
This is the swap of funding between the facilities bond and the public safety bond.
Well, my more, if I might, through the chair, while colleagues are chatting a bit, they know more than I do, but I would say we defer to the will of the body in terms of how to slice these issues. We are fine with either approach.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Is that it? All right. Thank you. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the Vice Chair bringing forward the S versions for both this item and the next one. Generally speaking, I am opposed to splitting one bond into two, but that's not the approach this one does, which I appreciate. I think this approach is much wiser, and I will support it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. I just had one additional question for the administration, just to do our due diligence, because I know it gets complicated when you talk about service areas. Are both of these bonds, 14J and 14K, in equivalent service areas such that you could move one from one to the other?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Brawley, neither is in a service area. Both are area-wide, so they could be designed however the Assembly would like.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'm kind of locked out right now. If anyone wishes to speak, you got to signal me. I don't see anyone else. So on this item, seeing, hearing no one else, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
So on a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-13S has passed the body. Next, we have item 14K. 14K is AO 2025-14 and 14S, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters in the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $5,400,000 of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of area-wide public safety improvements, and the question of increase the municipal tax cap limitation. This version, thank you, has instead not to exceed $9,400,000 of general obligation funds. Public hearing on these items now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve the yes.
Second. Moved by Ms. Brawley. Was there a second?
I will second, but somebody else might have.
No.
I think Rivera did.
You said something else. I'm not sure what you said.
It was a very quick second. He said
Okay,
it before she
then
finished.
Mr. Rivera seconded before the move. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Salatel, were you in the queue for the previous item?
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing, hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatel?
Yes.
Member Solt?
Yes.
All right. On a vote of 11-0, and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-14S has passed the body. Next, we have item 14L. 14L is AO 2025-15, an ordinance providing for the submission of the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $3 million of general obligation bonds in the municipality of Anchorage to pay the cost of road safety improvements in the Girdwood Valley service area. The election to be held on municipality on April 1, 2025. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are you speaking on your own behalf or?
GBOS.
All right.
I won't use much time though.
Welcome. Please state your name.
Okay, my name is Mike Edrington. I'm co-chair of Girdwood Board of Supervisors. Normally we would provide a resolution for this. We, for a variety of reasons, we didn't quite get to it. GBOS did vote in support of this. Historically, we've passed multiple resolutions in previous attempts to get grants to cover this work. We've not been successful in those grants. We are aware that generally we are not very successful, even though in this case only Girdwood is paying for the bond. We have not been generally successful in getting bonds through the municipal process that also it requires a vote from the whole municipality. But we're going to try again. You know, we want to invest in our own community, and this is the mechanism we have to use it. So I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none. Public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Voland, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion?
I'll just say I wish Girdwood success this time.
All right.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing, hearing none.
Yes, yes.
Well, Mr. Solt, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to real quickly speak to what Mr. Edgerton mentioned. So in order for Girdwood to pass a bond that the residents of Girdwood would pay for and not the residents of Anchorage, it must be approved by the municipality as a whole because we're putting the good faith and credit of the municipality backing this. So I think we definitely, maybe to call for the administration, need to do a better job of educating our voters, and we can do this through community councils, through assembly members, that this would be greatly appreciated in support of Girdwood, but residents of Anchorage would not be paying for the bond. Thank you.
That's really where thank you, Mr. Solt. I actually have a question on that. It just comes to mind. I wonder if bond counsel is doing us no favors. When you read this title, it does not read to be paid for by the residents of Girdwood. So it does clearly state it pledges the full faith and credit of the municipality, but then implies quite plainly through the title that we're all paying for it. And so I wonder if there might not be some kind of counseling to do with bond counsel on kind of how to shape this language better in the future so that we clearly communicate. So it's interesting. Mr. Falsey, you want to speak or no? It doesn't matter, but.
Well, to the chair, I would just draw your attention to page 3, lines 33 through 38. We did try to counsel bond counsel to make clear to voters in the voter booth that they would not be paying. So there you see that it is without cost to properties in Chudiak, Eagle River, the Anchorage Bowl, and other properties outside of the service area. So
okay, so it's on the ballot language. Thanks. Okay, anyone else? Seeing hearing none, then members may proceed to vote.
Member Zelatil?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-15 has passed the body. So, okay, next we have AO 2025-16, an ordinance providing for the submission to the qualified voters the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, the question of the issuance of not to exceed $300,000 general obligation bonds, the municipality of Anchorage to pay the costs of access improvements in the Chugash State Park Access Service Area. And there's also an S version that increases the amount to $1,500,000 and approving an increased bond amount to the Basher Trailhead Parking Lot Project in the 2025 capital improvement budget. We do have someone who signed up for phone testimony on this item. Why don't we start there?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Beck, Anchorage Assembly here, taking testimony on AO 2025-16. You signed up to provide testimony.
Yes.
Welcome. Please state your name and part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Right now?
Right now. You're on.
Okay, thank you. Hello, on the phone, my name is Chris Beck, and I am a retired consultant, focus my time these days on improving Anchorage's economy and our town's future. I want to start with what might be seen as a hypothetical question in 5 parts. And if you had a city like Anchorage that was struggling with declining population, declining economic opportunity, and 2, if that city was clearly also struggling to make ends meet, to generate the revenue needed to respond to a range of important issues, and 3, if joining that city was a state park of amazing beauty, but with grossly inadequate infrastructure, including lack of access points, inadequate parking, worn-out trails. 4, if there were millions of visitors who, if they had more reason to spend time in Anchorage, would spend hundreds of millions of dollars in new dollars in town, but instead tend to hurry right on through to other locations to find the very things available in that state park. And last of these hypothetical questions, if by a 60-40 margin, voters have recently approved a citywide funding mechanism specifically designed to solve those access and infrastructure issues. I'm guessing you can see where this is going. Anchorage has this amazing, spectacular public park in our backyard. I think building a quality parking lot on Basher is one small but very important step to expand the value of that park. And that's good for residents, it's good for business, it's good for our economy, the city as a whole. I finished with 3 specific details. I wish, if it was possible, that you could amend the 300 planning step to add the $1.2 million for construction. We've been waiting for 10 years for this project. Secondly, it doesn't make sense to ask the local road service areas to fund these projects when the vast majority of the users coming to use these gateways are from outside the RSA. And then finally, an obvious thing, and it's always the case, is there's a need for a solution on maintenance. And there's a good example out there. So the Bird Valley Trailhead
just up the road from the Seward Highway in Byrd is an example where there's an MOU with state parks and a revenue-generating electronic fee station. And that's been successful. I think a model like that could work in this instance. So again, I hope you can at minimum support the 300. I really think it's a good time to go ahead with the 1.2. And I thank you for your consideration for this issue and Anchorage future in general. That's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beck. All right, come on forward if you want to testify on this item. Now's the time. Anyone wish to be heard, come forward, please. Public hearing is open. Welcome, please state your name, what part of town you're from. The mic is off, so you gotta hit the little green button. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
My name's Dirk Sisson. I'm the president of the Basher Community Council, and I'm here on behalf of the Basher Community Council.
Okay, I'll go ahead and increase your time to 5 minutes if you need it.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair, and its members of the Assembly for the opportunity to speak about this project. In 2010, the Basher Community Council passed a resolution outlining the Stuckagon neighborhood's consensus on public access to Chugach State Park. The resolution identified the Basher Trailhead access as the preferred park access point. The resolution addressed concerns the neighborhood would like to see addressed should the expansion of the Basher Trailhead occur. For instance, the resolution states that the Basher Community Council strongly supports the intent to work with the municipality of Anchorage, far north by Centennial Park, in developing the site to overcome challenges such as steep terrain, wetlands, and ensure the best outcome for both park users and neighborhood residents. It also encourages Chugach State Park personnel to work with the municipality of Anchorage to facilitate public parking to access Chugach State Park. Although the Basher Community Council has not directly addressed the current bond package by resolution, the issue has been addressed at many community council meetings with favorable responses. At the Basher Community Council meeting on November 9th, 2024, the council unanimously approved the construction of an overflow parking lot at the Basher Trailhead by consensus. This project was included in the Municipality of Anchorage Capital Improvement Program Community Council Survey. It has been added to that Community Council to the CIP for over 10 years now. Last year, the state of Alaska legislature approved a $300,000 design study and engineering report for the overflow parking lot. The governor vetoed it. To put this all in context, the existing parking lot is a very popular access point for all Anchorage residents to Chugach State Park trails. It offers residents access to popular trails to Near Point and Wolverine Mountain. It is the only primary access to the park between Prospect Heights Trailhead and Arctic Valley. In addition, many trails in far north by Centennial Park are used from the Basher Trailhead. It is used daily year-round. On weekends or holidays, the parking lot is filled to capacity and cars park on Basher Road, creating a hazardous condition. As this is the only egress for Stuckagon residents, the congestion sometimes restricts traffic flow and makes it very dangerous. Basher Community Council supports the bond proposal for Stuckagon residents and all Anchorage residents. Throughout the CASA process and in many public forums advocating for additional access to parks in the Anchorage area, voters throughout the Anchorage community have strongly signaled their affection for the park access for several years. There's a clear willingness on the part of the public to support improved park access projects. The project is necessary to improve opportunities for outdoor recreation in Anchorage for residents and visitors alike. Enhanced access to the park will make it easier and safer for everyone to enjoy the state park and surrounding public lands. This would be an excellent addition for all park users in Anchorage. And in conclusion, I would just like to thank Karen Bronga for all her work supporting these projects, and she has just been a great resource at all our community council meetings. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mark June. I live at 801 Upper DeArmond Road, and I've lived there many years. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the Basher Road Trailhead Upgrade as a CASA, that is a Chugach Area Service Area project, and the benefits of CASA projects in general. Currently, the trailhead presents safety issues due to its limited parking spots, due to vehicles parking on the road and blocking traffic lanes, and due to vehicles on the road blocking important safety traffic to local neighborhoods and blocking neighborhood access. An improved Basher Road trailhead will not only improve the safety of the safety of the parking lot, improve access to the Chugach State Park, but it will also take pressure off the other park access points. And by that I mean Prospect Heights, by that I mean Glen Alps, by that I mean the Upper Canyon Road, Sunnyside Flat Top. Park access is one of the specific goals underlying the creation of the Chugach Access Service Area, created by a vote of all Anchorage Bowl residents, and recognizing by a large margin that the entire municipality uses Chugach State Park, and that good access is not only used by all, but benefits all in the service area. If the service area as a whole agrees, the bond will pass. If the service area as a whole does not agree, the bond will fail. My point tonight, where we are procedurally, is this is a matter that should be on the ballot. Thank you for your consideration.
Welcome. If you're going to testify, please come forward. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Bruce Talbot, and I'm a resident of the Basher community, but an avid trail user, both in Chugach State Park and Bicentennial. I support the S version, which is to fully fund the expansion and relocation of the Basher trailhead. And as you've already heard, the current trailhead only accommodates about 16 cars. And the proposed lot would be located in a better area just adjacent to the existing lot on city land. And the new lot would be about 30 vehicles, which going by that lot almost every day of the year, 30 car lot would accommodate all the vehicles and would prevent the cars from parking alongside the road as they do now. Numerous times, especially on weekends and holidays, cars park alongside the road, and it blocks egress to the neighborhood. In addition, the entrance is not located, it's right on top of a hill with a blind, no sight line either way. So when cars are parked right on top of the road and then other cars are coming in or out of the parking lot, you just can't see them. In addition, when people are parked alongside the road, they're walking in the line of traffic. It's only a very narrow country road of 2 lanes. If this lot is funded, it would alleviate the problems by expanding the lot and relocating the entrance. The new proposed site is on far north Bicentennial Park land, so it's eligible to receive funding by the city bonds. In addition, there is an informal agreement with the state parks to operate and maintain the lot when it is completed, so there wouldn't be a cost in O&M after it's been completed. State Parks has informally said they would manage it similar to the Bird Creek Trailhead. Note, this not only serves the access to Chugach State Park trails, it also provides access to Bicentennial Park. In recent years, there's been more and more trails connecting between the park and South Bivouac in Bicentennial using this parking lot. In addition, more and more skiers in the winter are using it, probably because of the last 2 good snow years, not so much this year, but it's a lot closer to, than Turnagain Arm is for those AT skiers. The next closest access has already been pointed out for Northeast Anchorage residents is Arctic Valley or all the way up to Prospect.
So this is really literally in the backyard access for people living in Northeast Anchorage. So anyway, I hope that you put this before the voters and it'll enhance access to Chugach State Park. Thank you very much.
So, hold on, sir. Sir? Two questions for you at least. So I have a question for you. So you made the assertion that the $1.5 million would fully fund the project. On what information are you basing that it would fully fund the project?
Right. Our LRSA, the head of our LRSA board, who's an engineer, Ted Trueblood, has done a lot of projects all over the state. And we have asked the city in previous years to come up with an estimate. We really haven't had any success with that. So based on our LRSA members, our chair's engineering experience, he estimates it would be about $1.5 million. State Parks came up with an estimate for a parking lot that was further up the hill with a long driveway, and they estimate that would cost about $2 million. This one would be right next to the road, so it's within the ballpark. Any additional money that was not spent on the project would, I think the way the ordinance is written, would go to other CASA projects.
All right, so based on the kind of presentation of a member of your LRSA?
Right.
All right, thank you. Ms. Braga?
I'm just wanting to make a motion when you're done with all this.
So their general practice will be what's the will of the body, but it's...
Oh, I had a question for the testifier.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Salatel.
Yeah, since the testifier mentioned he'd heard from the LRSA, I'm curious if this project were to come up short on funding, because it sounds like there's not 100% certainty in the cost around design. Is the LRSA in a position, if this individual knows, to make a contribution to the project, a monetary contribution?
Well, I can't speak for the LRSA, but I don't know if we can or not. My understanding from, I'm not on the LRSA board, is they can only use the money for maintenance of the road, and they are not able to get funding until this CASA ordinance passed. So
got it.
Right. So I think we can do minor maintenance, but also state parks can go in there with a grader, and they probably have some extra money for the park that could contribute.
All right,
to it,
thank you.
as well as the
Thank you,
cost
sir.
money.
Anyone else wish to be heard on this item? Welcome. Please state your name, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
And my name is Roger Marks. I'm the acting chair of the Glen Alps Road Service Area, and we support this proposed ordinance. We support this proposed ordinance to put the bond for enhanced Basher Road trailhead parking on the ballot under CASA. This is one piece in the puzzle to provide much-needed capital upgrades necessary to facilitate access to the park. Chugach State Park gets 1.5 million visitations annually. This is more than Denali National Park gets. When CASA was created 2 years ago, it became the only way to finance infrastructure outside the Anchorage road and drainage service area to improve entry to the park. The small road service areas on the hillside have a thin population density and a low tax base, and so we cannot come up with the millions of dollars necessary to upgrade the undercapitalized roads, parking, and trails leading to the park. This is especially since the park is outside the road service areas, uphill of them, while most park traffic originates external to the road service areas, downhill of them. But travel goes through the RSAs to get to the park. The 1.5 million visitors don't start out in Glen Alps or Stuckagon Heights or Prospect Heights. This is a major contributor to depreciation, and in this case, the existing parking shortfalls on Basher cause overflow parking on narrow streets, which impedes the flow of traffic and creates risk to pedestrian and vehicular safety. CASA has proved very popular in its short life. The vote to create CASA in 2023 passed by nearly a 60-40 margin. Similar with the bond proposition last year for improvements to Canyon Road, the corridor to the sunny side of Flat Top and Rabbit Lake trailheads. It passed in 65 of the 80 precincts in the Anchorage Bowl, including a 70% margin downtown. The residents of Anchorage use the park, they want good infrastructure to get there, and are willing to financially support it. In the absence of CASA bonding, there will continue to be poor roads, parking, trails, affecting residents and visitors alike, and weaken the quality of life in the economy. To maximize the likelihood of success for the program, we believe it's important for the bond propositions to include a variety of projects in a variety of locations, like the arts, school, and park bonds do. It's our understanding the administration and the Assembly are crafting a more formal process for nominating projects, which they hope to have in place next year, and we look forward to working with them on that. But for right now, we believe it's important to provide continuity and momentum with this CASA program, and so now we encourage you to let the Anchorage voters vote on this proposition this year to expedite this fix on the Basher parking problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move yes.
Second. There's a motion to approve the S version by Ms. Bronga, seconded by Mr. Johnson. Ms. Bronga.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate the people who took the time to testify tonight. It's been a long night waiting. As they said in their testimonies, CASA has been overwhelmingly popular. I was so surprised when I came in after the election to a assembly meeting last year and heard a member say, "I'm so surprised the CASA passed." And I was like, absolutely not surprised at all. We love Chugach State Park, and we need access to it. According to the American Trails, the use of recreational trails since COVID has increased 79 to 200%. In Alaska, 100% increase is a pretty moderate, a pretty conservative estimate. Along with that, we have learned that the access to trails by the BIPOC community is poorly provided. And the Basher community, that is the closest access to the east side to get into the Chugach Range. When I heard the chair, I'm not calling you out, but I want to show you a map of the hillside, because South Anchorage is not where Basher is. South Anchorage is a different animal altogether. They have wonderful Chugach trails that are really overcrowded. By diversifying and moving parking to Basher Road, it gives all of the people who are east of Elmore Road quick access to the mountains. I did a little Googling to find out exactly, well, actually I did a little map quest to see. If I start from my house to the Basher parking lot, it takes 10 minutes. If I decided to go to Prospect Heights instead, it would take me 28 minutes. There was a constituent who is one of Member Volan's constituents that also wrote a letter of support. I checked from her house, it would take 16 minutes to get to Basher parking lot. It would take her 32 to get to Prospect. That's more cars on the road for longer times. This is an access area for the east side that I highly support. It introduces people that don't normally have experience getting to the mountains or don't have the time to get to the mountains, and easy access to it. As for the Basher community, they are unique. They support and welcome the visitors to the park. They have Far North Bicentennial Park on their west, Chugach State Park on their east, and Port Richardson to the north. They encourage, welcome people to come up Campbell Airstrip Road and use the park. And in fact, when Member Weddleton brought forward a park service bond or a plan that they would pay part of the park fee taxes, they were in support of that. So there's been erroneous comments that none of the hillside pays the park tax. But in truth, 10% don't, and Basher community supported being taxed in that way. They're highly dedicated to the policy of inclusion, not exclusion, of their Anchorage residents, and they are simply asking for adequate parking that makes the road safe in their area. As to what they've done so far and why CASA is so important, In 1986 was the first time that I could find that they brought up the problem with basher parking in the Chugach State Park Master Plan. They passed a resolution at that time. In 2003, they did a comment on the draft Chugach Access Plan and put in the need for basher parking. In 2008, they commented on the Recreational Trails Plan and talked about how the need for basher parking expansion. 2009, a resolution from the community asking for basher to be the primary access point. 2010, they commented on the Chugach State Park Access Plan and re-emphasized Basher Trailhead should be the main access to the park, and it would help to distribute park use through the city. In 2012, and then in 2016, the MOA, Alaska Department of Natural Resources, and the State Division of Parks worked together on an outdoor recreation plan in which they identified basher parking as one of the projects that should go forward. It's Project 61. July of 21, State DNR did a preliminary design for basher parking. This parking would have been on state land and was deemed cost prohibitive to relocate the parking. It would need to go far to the south, which would require a road to be built, and it would be $2.5 million in 2018 dollars. In 2021, they did a site visit of the area. The community council put this together with Chugach Electric, Parks and Rec, state parks, and walked through to see what would be the best option for parking. And then in 2024, they submitted for CAPSIS, and as the President Dirk Sisson mentioned, it was passed, it was brought forward, it was passed, but Dunleavy vetoed it. Chugach State Park has expressed interest, as said by Mr. Marks, in passing an MOU, signing an MOU. They have done this for Ptarmigan Trailhead, Bird Trailhead, and they would, if this goes through, they would like to start a conversation of what the MOU would look like, and they are very amenable to working on that. We are working on making that 6-year process. I know Claire Ross has helped us so much. Allie has helped us work forward to put together a more organized process for bringing projects forward, but this is a good project. This is a project that diversifies use of the park in Anchorage. The expanding trail parking would be located entirely on city land. It would hold 25 to 35 vehicles. It would take the parking entrance off the curve where it currently is located and off of the blind hill. There is a map that we have had put together. Actually, my son helped me put it together, but we have also used figures from Ted Trueblood, who is an engineer who has spent 47 years as an engineer in the state designing roads, railroads, housing, recreation facilities, and much more. He's the president of the LURSA and has been involved in every project along that road that has increased parking, the trail side, multi-use trail. He knows his stuff. So it's not just a complete shot in the dark. I think that the estimate for the 50 by 200 foot is a very close estimate on how it would come out, and I'm almost certain, knowing Ted, that it is correct. And I really hope that you will give the voters a chance to weigh in on this. This is a really important project to me and my East Side neighbors, and I appreciate the chance to talk to you all about it, and I hope I can get your support.
Mr. Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with Member Braga that this is certainly a worthy project. I like a couple of things about this. Number one, I do appreciate the work that was put in by the sponsors to create, and legislative services team to create the sort of CIP list going forward, so we kind of have that roadmap. That was something that was asked for last time. and we didn't really get. And I know it's also not an easy lift. So just want to say thank you for bringing that forward. I also appreciate that this is, we talked about one of the points of debate in the past has been the intersection of road upgrades or deferred maintenance and doing the road maintenance right, but also what are the actual amenities that create the access that we're talking about. And so for me, parking does that. It allow at least folks who drive to be able to more easily access the park. I think a couple concerns that I'm going to vote in support of this, but I do want to voice a couple concerns, and I hope that the administration will take them to heart. Number one, I hope, well, I guess I'm going to phrase this one as a question. Does the administration intend to prohibit parking along the roadside in the vicinity of the new parking lot?
Through the chair, Member Moland, honestly, that is a level of detail we've not yet fully picked apart. So I don't have a concrete answer for you specifically on whether we would prohibit all roadside parking adjacent to the parking lot.
Okay. I hope that does not happen, and I'm just going to say that here publicly. I hope that we find ourselves in a situation where the parking lot is full and then people are not able to park on the road leading up to it. And then my exhortation is, let's come up with a better way to capture more ARDSA input on these list of projects that come forward. Because that's the mechanism that we're talking about, right? That's the whole rationale here, is that everyone uses the park and these are highly trafficked roads, and so ARDSA is going to chip in. And so I think, that could look like a working group on the less formal side. On a more formal side, maybe there's an ordinance that we establish a commission and we choose members who have representation from both ARDSA and from the service areas. But that's going to be really important to me going forward, in whatever remaining time I have on this body in supporting future CASA investments, is making sure that folks have a seat at the table. And it's not just the LRSAs who are, I think, the primary beneficiaries who are choosing which projects we either do or do not want. For instance, and I think I've said this before, I know that a lot of my constituents would be interested in easier access to the Stewart Trail. But we have had situations where property owners in that area have made it difficult for folks to do that. And so, I don't know, I guess I hope that, I hope to see that commitment come forward from the administration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Masato, myself, Ms. Brawley. Masato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the remarks by Ms. Bonda. I think they provided a lot of context that was really helpful for the project being presented. I have a couple of concerns, and then I'll maybe end with a question. One of my concerns is, of course, there's nothing we can do about what the governor decides to veto, but we're now picking that up as a local expense, that $300,000. And I think we would be in a little bit different position if the state was in for the $300,000 and we were talking about the construction costs. I didn't see this project in our legislative program for the construction, because that would be another option to kind of leverage another fund source. I think that this being in partnership with the state, like through state and local monies, because I know state money can be used for local projects, because that's why we asked the legislature for it. So I would really recommend thinking about that piece of it. Also, whether or not any of these projects are eligible for AMATS funding. I don't want this to simply be go to the voters and expect the voters to pay without looking at leveraging other fund sources. And the reason I say that is because the ARDSA bond is a mishmash of funding sources. We have a number of priorities that are listed every year on the CIP that go in the state column, and I don't hold my breath. Whereas, I'm not seeing that same I don't know, gamble or having to kind of deal with the luck of whatever happens at the state legislature and getting through the governor for this particular bond. Also, I think from the CIP, I picked up on it. It feels like this is for the next 5 to 6 years, something every year. And that feels like a lot for a small area, especially as compared to the breadth of need in ARTSA. I am reminiscent of a comment that Mr. Johnson has made, which is, we didn't create the system, it's just the one we have to live on. Absolutely. But I'm hoping that as we live in this system, that we really think about how we're leveraging on both sides all of the tools available, and that we're holding each other to account, that we're looking at the same tools. Lastly, I think I would say, again, Mr. Johnson, I had a Midtown constituent. He did reach out to him, I believe, and to include him. So I do appreciate that, but definitely want this additional conversation. So the question is there any plan to go to the legislature to ask for any of this funding? Because my concern is, without a formal design, what if we come up short? What's the plan then? Does this project just get pushed? I don't know what's going to happen, because I don't feel firm enough in the design, because it hasn't happened yet, to know if we're bonding for the right amount of money. I think that's probably to the sponsor.
Did she say to sponsor? Thank you for the question. As I said, I'm very confident in Ted Trueblood's estimates. And the beauty of this, it's just going to be a gravel parking lot. We looked at a 50 by 200 foot, and he used the tools he has available to estimate the amount of gravel needed, which was estimated at 1 foot in depth. He also put 30 feet between each car. He accounted for the amount of excavation costs. He's very familiar with all of these things. So what I'm really firmly believe is, if we ran short, it would only be short that maybe we wouldn't put the kiosk in. It would only be short that maybe we wouldn't be able to put the pit toilet. That would be something to come later. But the estimate is rough, but it is flexible to allow parking to still happen without every single amenity.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bronga. I do have a follow-up to the administration. Has PM&E run any numbers on kind of this proposed design to see if we agree with this estimate? And I'll just say I'm excited to hear the answer. I will just say, amenities mean a lot to me. Whether or not that toilet is there is possibly the difference between whether or not I'm going to that trailhead or not. So I don't want to discount that that's just something that could be pushed aside. That reminds me a lot about pedestrian, quote, amenities and DOT road projects. So that gives me pause. But I am curious if PM&E has had any opportunity to, I hope I have the right department, really take a look at this and see if we feel like we are within plus or minus a very close percentage on the cost of this construction project.
Through the chair to Member Zalatow, this is a PM&E and Public Works function, generally looking at how we price out projects. And the opinion of those departments is that what we need to do to have the number is to bond for the design component of the project first. That is how we generally do other capital projects. And I would say, I want to underscore that with stating that the administration is very supportive of this project, very supportive of this plan, but that the advice of our internal professionals is that we bond for design costs first, such that we can bond correctly for the amount of construction costs in this follow-up bond. So I think we're supportive absolutely of the concept, but the team is looking for that $300,000 in order to do the full design study necessary to have the precise cost moving forward, with due respect to all the materials presented tonight.
So I have myself in the queue. You know, we had please trust Ted Trueblood. He knows what he's talking about, $1.5 million. I don't know Ted Trueblood. It doesn't mean anything to me. But it was asserted that in 2018, there was a study done by the state, which is a bit of a different framework, that was $2.5 million for the cost. Just the simple inflation rate from 2018 now puts that at $3.15 million of cost. And so even if the project were somewhat less in scale than the original, so I guess if you were to take the $1.5 million and kind of take that up, that's like $2 to $3 million almost of cost just based on inflation alone. So I guess a question for you, the administration, like my question's similar to what Ms. Alatel had asked, like what are you going to do when you don't have money to finish this project? Because we only bond for 2/3, not close, within 5%, which is where we try to aim with our final designs. But what are you going to do when we don't have the money? What's the plan?
To the chair, I think this is why our experts advise not to take this approach, because we don't have a lot of great options if we don't bond sufficiently for the entirety of the project.
Right. And so I guess in the end, you could spend the money, the $300,000 on the design that was initial, and then you could just say, screw it, we're not building it because we don't have the money, right? There's nothing to force you to sell the bonds in the end. So if the concept, I guess, just flush it down the toilet or take those dollars and spend them on another priority within the CASA area because they never achieved the amount that was necessary. But that's not the point. The point, I think, is to really do a design so that we can build the design that we funded, right? I mean, that's like the traditional order of operations. So I understand there's like this really strong emotional connection to do this. The argument has been made very passionately. It's a mistake. The $300,000 that was in the initial proposal is the amount that we need so that we can move to phase 2, which is construction with designs that we can actually build. And so I don't know who in the world is out there willing to sacrifice and invest their own treasure on, well, my neighbor said this is how much it's going to cost. My neighbor said this. And so maybe your neighbor is an engineer, but did your neighbor look at the as-built of your property? Did your neighbor look at the history of the pipes and the sewage and everything that's there? I don't know. And I personally wouldn't make an investment based on just a casual estimate. It just doesn't make sense to me. And so I strongly support the design money that's within the original version, but I'm just in a position where I think it's fiduciarily irresponsible to take this leap without having what we normally do, which is get the bid, get the design, and then come back and ask the question, do you support this design? And so that's where I stand in all of this. I support the design. Ms. Brawley.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where I land on this. I definitely want to send this to voters, so it seems like the debate is about the amount and kind of what's underneath that. I want to also observe this is the second round of these where really, I guess my diagnosis of what's going on is that these kinds of questions, how will this be implemented? How does this fit into how we do things? Or how is it separate? Were not things that were contemplated when this item was put on the ballot by advocates in 2020. I guess it'd be 22 or no, 23, whenever it was. And I think that should be a cautionary tale, because if we don't take the time to figure some of these things out, and hopefully this very pointed comment is landing where I hope it lands, if we don't take the time to figure out what these things look like, at least in the abstract, we will all spend the next 2 cycles dealing with it again. And so I think that's just a real thing that, again, what we send to voters needs to work. And when it touches things like our fiscal structures, regardless of what that is, we need to figure that out. And I say that because I strongly support this idea, and I am frustrated that yet again, another year, we are dealing with an argument that's basically boiling down to something that should have been integrated into our CIP process. So I just want to express that frustration. I don't know the right answer on this number, but I do have a question because the sponsors had brought, and my question is really, there's amendments to the S version to the original version, just asking the sponsors' intent on those, if you intend to move those or if they're necessary, because I don't the content of them I read, but I'm not really grasping the meat of. So are we going to take those up or not? Thanks.
So my understanding is that we needed to be very clear on this. The trail is a new overflow parking, that it's not the same Basher parking being carved out bigger. We're moving the parking to the west in a flatter area away from the curve and hill. So that's my understanding of what these amendments are for. And I guess I probably need to call a lifeline with Mr. Gates if these are necessary going forward.
Yes, I think I can add a little context. One of the requirements for us to use bond financing is that the municipality owns, or at least has a leasehold interest of ownership status of property. And there's been many, I guess, sort of concepts about this project floated in the past, and a lot of them are about the state's land and the state's parking lot, the parking lot that's now on state land. Like whenever our testifiers mentioned roadway down further into the park, we can't use bond financing for all of that. And so in just talking about this, several people in as recently as the first week of January, there was some uncertainty, is it on municipal land? So this name really makes it clear this is new overflow parking on municipal land. And that's just to drive that point home for this project. Now I would hear after.
Mr. Bond.
I'm going to do this, and it's with apologies to Member Braga, but I'm reading the tea leaves, and I'm listening to the debate, and I'm listening to the perspective of the administration, and I really want this project to have momentum, but it does concern me that we're taking the word of, potentially one expert. He may be an expert in his field. I'm not super familiar. But we haven't had the due diligence of PM&E. And so with that, I think I'm going to test kind of where this body is. And what I would like to do is amend to replace the S version with the original version.
So there's a motion to amend by substitution, I think is what we're calling this. The clerk nods her head. Is there a second?
Second for discussion.
All right, so the motion is made to substitute. Mr. Bond has made it, seconded by Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, I think the pertinent question is what happens if we run out of money? And I think we'd be better positioned to actually see this project to fruition in a way that protects the interest of the municipality if we have that design. And then that can be fully vetted and executed. With the perspective, my personal perspective is I want there to be this great new parking lot, but I want to make sure that we're able to achieve the goal. And I'll just say, we're already with the CASA project that was already funded on a pause with that one, and for situations outside of our control, and also it's going to lead to a better outcome because the park is putting in a parking lot at the end of Canyon Road, which we voters funded improving that road. But I also want to make sure that when we put these things before voters and they approve with strong support, as has been mentioned, voters have been strongly supportive of these projects, but we need to make sure that we're delivering timely on those promises. And I think with just some of the explanation here tonight, I'm unsure on the question of the larger amount and that construction quote, but I am certainly sure that I would feel more than confident supporting the $300,000 to get this design moving. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else on the amendment? I would, Mr. Martinez, you jumping in? Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Might as well, because this is the show, essentially. The amendment is going to move it to the original item of 300, or is going to keep it at the 1.5, so I'll comment on the amendment. Thank you, Chair. Just to my community council folks from Basher, You know, I have great respect for you all. Thank you for being here today. You hear the challenges, though, fundamentally are there's a gap between information, and the information that's presented in the gap is essentially being requested from members to rely on word of mouth. And respectfully to my colleagues from the North Bastion Community Council, if you've ever watched me at these meetings, I don't roll like that. I tend to be very much, I want to see the numbers, I want to see the background, I want to make sure we're doing the best that we can because we have to maintain and protect the public integrity and the public trust. And so when I see cakes half-baked, I often will call attention to them. I made attention awareness before about my position with respect to another item, and I called out a community organization in the room because I felt like they were bringing half-baked cakes to us. And so on that vantage point, it's troubling to not have all the numbers. When I hear the legislative record of how many years this has been rolling, I think that I wouldn't have came so heavy. It looked like it came with Rambo or armored, but you had blanks essentially. Because the blanks are, there's no number that says $1.5 million is an accurate number. And we heard that from the municipal manager. And it wasn't that that's not an accurate number, it's that they can't know because they have to take the first step forward. The way I think about building change is, what is that step we can take forward? And I often say, start with what you have, where you are. And from my vantage point, I think we have agreement to start somewhere today, which is good news because from my vantage point, folks came in here with the hollow sound of last year's veto and left nothing, in fact, happening. But on that note, I want to encourage my assembly members and my colleagues to recognize one thing that I heard tonight that I want to just deeply articulate. As an East Sider, for me and my family, and for a lot of my working family neighbors, our access to the hillside, our access to Chugach State Park is through Basher. It's through this trailhead. This is our Northeast connection point. So I want to see us bring this into the right development fold, into the opportunity that we all have heard today to bring more people into this park, to bring more people an opportunity to celebrate in this wonderful asset that we have, especially as it connects to and through the east side. But on that note, I think that I want us to build momentum toward victory, and I don't want us to get into a position where you all will not be able to pay for something that is beyond the scope of something that we weren't funding fully. And so from that vantage point, I will be supporting the amendment. I want us to get to the full number, but I don't think that is on the deck today. I think I read the tea leaves as well. But I also want to make note that to my community council colleagues, you've brought this forward. It's not going to go away. You have strong representation on this body in terms of allies and support. And I'd also note that the mayor is strong on this position as well and recognizes the importance of these community assets, having served on the south side as well. So I think that there's commitments here. I think that there's a promise here. And I'm not going anywhere. I'm not term limited. I'm not short this year. So we're going to keep this train rolling. But I hope that we can get something forward today, get the bond on there, get voters' approval, and start the ball rolling. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Boy, I'll tell you this is a tough one. And I think fairly consistently, I tend to be a guy who favors taking our time and then following process to make sure we get it right. And so, honestly, while I see great value in this project and can't wait for it to be implemented, I'm seriously considering supporting this change. But with that, I mean, if we put the $300,000 on the ballot and if the voters support it, my question would be to the administration. I mean, that does put us in a position where we have the means to secure the funds for the design. And I think you've supported that as a step, but I'd be wondering if anyone would be able to, and I see the mayor's in the queue, so I'm willing to wait if you want to wait till you come up, but to speak to the if there are any feelings about the underlying project, the merits of it, and sort of where you stand in terms of, if not now, seeing it ultimately come through to fruition.
So is that a question to the mayor?
It's a question which I would invite her either to answer in the question or if she wants to testify.
Madam Mayor, I think now is your chance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Member Johnson. I am very happy to reiterate and state strongly the administration's support for the Basher parking project and bonding for the design at this time. You know, as a former representative of South Anchorage and avid trail user, I want to see improved access to the Chugach, and I really, really appreciate Member Branga's passion and advocacy of this project and for the Chugach and the importance of the Basher Trailhead. It's a critical access point, as you noted, for East Anchorage residents in particular. And I want to emphasize that I am committed, the administration is committed to ensuring that this project continues from design through completion. And again, want to be very clear about that support and actually really appreciate the thoughtful conversation about further planning around CASA and the value that this brings to the residents in the municipality. Thank you.
Mr. Presverdia.
I have two questions. First, just making sure that I understand the amendment. Can you the amendment that says it up, the amendment AO, by substituting the original version? Can you restate the amendment so that we're all on the same page? What is the amendment
The amendment substitutes the original for the S version that was originally moved.
Right. Okay. All right. And so then I guess I want to just put the mayor back on the spot of are you in support of this as the what's in front of us now? That's what I'm trying to get a sense of.
Through the chair to Member Presverdia, yes, the administration supports bonding for the design for this project.
Thanks.
Right. So a question that I have for, I guess, council really is, so what is the mechanics to put in legislative form the commitment to add the project once the design is funded into the hopper for next year? Isn't it an amendment to the CIP that's quite kind of on the way to being developed, but that can happen pretty quickly, right? I don't know, what is the vehicle? Is that a resolution that amends the CIP, Ms. Browse? I see you nodding your head, so put you on the spot.
To the chair, I think the clearest way to do it is to amend the out years, to have a dollar estimate in there to show that year one is the design process, the same way we do it with the other projects. And I'm not sure if that's a resolution. I mean, in order to do it, we would have to amend the capital budget, and we could do that at first quarter. You could do it at any time, frankly.
Right, like within the next month. Basically, an amendment to the CIP could be drafted and introduced that prioritizes for 2026 phase 2, whatever we want to label it, for the construction process so that people are confident that this is not just words, but it's action. So I see Mr. Falsey raising a finger over there.
Just throwing in one other option to the chair, to the body. Outgoing Assemblymember LaFrance was in a similar position where she had a CASA project she didn't want to have lost. And if you may remember at the time, there was an ordinance that was introduced and set for a public hearing in the fall. So that could be another option for the body too, where we would bond for design this year and then take up an ordinance in the fall for construction.
Right, so what that would look like would just be an ordinance drafted with a date set for a public hearing sometime in the future with a mover, a second, and a third, which could effectively mark the calendar for a time for the item to come back, at least after we know whether the funding has been approved by the voters and have had an initial effort to get a baseline, maybe a review of the designs that have been proposed by the community, some fundamental assessment of the actuals. Okay, so there are a number of paths forward to achieve the goal, even this year, even before the certification of the election at the end of April. And so I just want to be really clear. This is not about not doing this. This is about doing it with knowledge. So, look before you leap in these trying times. And so that's, I think, what I wanted to make sure the record is really clear, that there are a handful of other ways that this question could get squared in short order. So, Ms. Braga.
I was just thinking we should amend his amendment with the language in the amendments. Okay, is that right to do that after? Okay.
So is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zalatil?
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Yes.
On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, the motion to amend by substitution has been approved. Now we have the main version back before us. Ms. Braga.
I just wanted to move the amendment forward, proposed amendment number 1 for AO 25-16, which makes it clear that this parking would be developed on municipal land and clarifies the name of the project so there's no confusion. Oh, I got wordy.
So motion to amend by Ms. Braga, second by Mr. Bond. All right. Any further discussion on that? Any questions? Yes. I'm not hearing any questions. Maybe, no, I'll do it after. Go ahead. So any discussion on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none. I'd like to ask unanimous consent. Any objection to the amendment? I'm hearing no objection. So it wouldn't be out of line right now to add a whereas that says, whereas it is the intent of the Assembly to add construction to the CIP, to the 2026 CIP. If someone wanted to make such a motion.
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Zalatil. The motion would be whereas, and this could be anywhere in the whereas. I don't have a particular place, but whereas it is the intent of the Assembly to add construction to the 2026 CIP. So there's a move by Ms. Zalatil, seconded by Mr. Martinez. Is there any objection? Ask for unanimous consent. Hearing no objection, so that language is now even within this document. Any further discussion on the item as amended? Okay, hearing and seeing none, then I think we're back and the members may proceed to vote on the main motion.
On the main motion as amended, Member Zalatil.
Yes.
Member Stolt?
Did we lose you, Mr. Salt? Might have. It's all right. Mr. Salt? No, I'm guessing he's gone.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Was that a yes vote?
That was a yes vote.
Okay, thank you. So, got it. You're recorded. On a vote of 11-0 and the youth member votes
Yes.
yes, AO 2025-16 as amended has passed the body. So that brings us next to our alcohol and marijuana issues. So we'll say thank you to our youth member for your participation tonight. And the clerk asked for just a moment to let the system go through. I want to get it up on the board. All right, so now we have item 15A, which is Resolution AR 2025-20, Resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an alcohol special land use permit for package store license number 5045 for Liquor Stores USA, Inc., DBA Brown Jug. Thank you. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to be heard on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Mr. Boland, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? So I just have one thing to add to the record. I checked in with the lobbyist for Brown Jug, and the intent, this is a very unusual location. It's a giant warehouse at the corner of the highway at International and Minnesota. And so it didn't make sense to me. I had to call and ask. And what they're doing is essentially like a Costco business center, large-scale purchase retail location that will be open only from like 9 or 10 till 5 in the afternoon. It's not an evening service location. The intent only is to supply businesses essentially. They will be open to the public, but by volume and by other means. It will be selling, and I'm not sure how they're going to square the alcohol sales tax when they're selling to large retailers, but we'll have that conversation later probably. So that's the proposal here. Thank you. If anyone else wants to on this one, no, hearing, seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Member Zelatil?
I think she might have just checked out.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, AR 2025-20 has passed the body. Next, we have item 15B. 15B is AR 2025-24, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license M10237 for Alaska Scents LLC DBA Alaska Scents. The public hearing on this item is now open. So I would ask for a motion to continue this public hearing to a special meeting on March 7th with a referral to the Community and Economic Development Committee for a special meeting on January 30th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, poor clerk. I should have preloaded that one with you. So the motion is to continue the public hearing to March 7th with a referral to a special meeting of CEDC on January 30th.
Point of information, you said March 7th. Did you mean, is that a special meeting?
Special meeting
Okay.
on March 7th. I just want to make sure we make all the space we need for this item. That day we'll have the joint school board meeting. Wait, so there was a motion by Mr. Martinez and was seconded by whom? By Mr. Rivera. Okay, so moved by Mr. Martinez, seconded by Rivera. So that day we will have on the 7th our joint meeting with Anchorage School District, and then we will head back over to City Hall and just, you know, these matters are so kind of close that it's better to do them in a quieter, smaller environment. So is there any further discussion on this? I'm hearing and seeing none. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 10-0, the motion to continue with the referral to CEDC has been passed. So now we have audience participation. Anyone wish to be heard? Oh, okay, yeah, so still, if anyone wants to be heard, come on down. Now's the time. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. We'll go ahead and call the caller, the individual on the call list.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Strizak. This is the Anchorage Assembly. We're taking audience participation. Please state your name and what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. You there?
My name is Sherry Strizak. I am from District 2. My representatives are Mr. Littlefield and Mr. Myers. Now that Trump has taken the role of president, it seems the lack of trust in our elected leaders is being scrutinized once again. But how can we ensure integrity in our election process is restored? In 2016, Democrats said Trump stole the presidential election. In 2020, when Biden won, Republicans said the election was stolen. Obviously, people have lost faith in our government and the election process. Other issues that threaten our elections are electrical disruptions. There have been numerous internet outages in Circa alone. In 2016 and 17 and 2024, Circa incurred internet outages due to underwater fiber optic cables. The most recent outage in August 2024 resulted in an internet outage that lasted 2.5 weeks. That is unacceptable. Folks are also concerned about EMP attacks, drones, and terrorist activities as well. All of these issues strike at the heart of election integrity. We need to work on an ordinance that institutes hand-counting ballots for municipal elections. We should prepare now to alleviate a negative outcome. Hand-counting ballots will restore election integrity and unite our community. I have faith in my fellow brothers and sisters to hand-count ballots versus relying on a machine that relies on an outside power source and follows a program which might be flawed. On election day, we used to gather together at our polling places to vote, oversee the process, and hand-count the results. There is no better way to unite our community than returning to hand-counting ballots. People working together over time will foster trust in each other, our community, and our elected leaders. Thank you for your time. Have a good night.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? All right, not seeing anyone, so we're moving on. Now it's time for member comments. Mr. President.
Thanks. Just want to take a moment to thank my colleagues for all of your hard work. It's a lot that we are doing. I just want to thank you. All of you are putting so much time and energy into this work, and I want to thank the mayor and her team for the incredible work you're doing. It's really an honor to be part of this whole group. Thanks very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Brawley, or Mr. Schultz, are you still there?
Yes, and no comments tonight. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Brawley.
No comment.
All right, Ms. Bronco.
I'm just really pleased we're moving forward on a design for the Basher Road, and I appreciate all of your votes.
Ms. Willand.
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Rivera.
No comment, thank you.
Mr. Littlefield.
No comments, thank you.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. I just will remark that it's a privilege to be called to public service, and I'm grateful to serve my community and doing my part towards building the beloved community of Anchorage. Thank you, Chair.
And I'll offer these meetings can be contentious, and we sort through, we get down into the weeds on some really small issues, and then some very big things just kind of roll right over us like the waves of the ocean. And it's so hard to understand sometimes what is happening here. Because of that, it's like so interesting, the aperture by which we see into specific issues. With that said, I will note to the public, whoever might be listening, that we have an election coming April 1st. We have approximately 3 more business days to file for office if you choose to run. As of tonight, we have settled the ballot, and except for the candidates. And so that's the last piece that remains for us to move forward towards our regular election in April. And with that, to my peers, thank you for a very interesting night. And I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We're adjourned.